The rain fell in relentless sheets, drumming against the weathered planks of the floating docks like the beating of a war drum. Captain Rourke stood motionless, his coat soaked through and clinging to his lean frame, eyes fixed on the smoking wreckage of the Seabreaker. The once proud skyship, his command and his pride, now lay shattered like the fragments of his reputation. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning wood and salt, mingling with the cold sting of failure that wrapped around him tighter than the storm's chill. Around him, the murmurs of the gathered crowd were low and bitter, whispers of blame and scorn that seemed to pierce deeper than any blade. His name was spat with contempt, a shadow cast over the airborne sailing community that once revered him. The catastrophe had unfolded with brutal swiftness. A reckless maneuver in the volatile currents, a misjudged turn that sent the Seabreaker careening into a violent tempest, conjured by the haunted sea below. The ship had been torn apart amidst the roaring winds and ghostly light, lives lost and a legacy shattered. The council had convened swiftly, their verdict unforgiving. Stripped of rank, dishonored, and cast out, Rourke found himself adrift in a world that had once been his domain. He pulled his coat tighter and turned away from the wreckage, the weight of 1,000 eyes burning into his back. His footsteps echoed hollowly on the wet wood as he made his way through the floating market, past stalls abandoned under the storm's threat, and into the shadowed alleys where the city's light grew dim. The salty tang of the submerged world clung to everything, a reminder of the vast oceans that slept beneath the airborne isles, and of the secrets they kept. In a dimly lit tavern nestled between two soaring spires, the air heavy with smoke and whispered curses, Rourke sought refuge. The flickering lanterns cast long shadows over faces etched with hardship and suspicion. Eyes that once greeted him with respect now averted or narrowed with disdain. The barkeep, a grizzled man with a face like weathered stone, slid a mug of bitter ale across the scarred counter without a word. Rourke accepted it with a nod, the liquid burning down his throat as he sank onto a battered stool. His thoughts churned like the storm outside, memories of command and camaraderie slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. Then, from the far corner, a figure emerged, silhouette cloaked in dark fabric, the hood drawn low to obscure their face. The tavern quieted, the murmurs fading to a tense hush as the stranger approached. Sliding into the seat opposite Rourke, the figure produced a weathered map, its edges frayed and stained with age. The lantern light caught on intricate symbols and faded script, hinting at secrets long buried beneath the submerged world's surface. Captain Rourke, the stranger's voice was low and measured, carrying an undercurrent of authority. Your fall from grace is known, but so is your skill. There is a task only you can undertake, a chance to restore what you have lost. Rourke's eyes narrowed, suspicion mingling with a flicker of something long suppressed hope. And what, pray tell, would that task be? The map was pushed closer. To deliver the ghost Helm to the island of Erinda. It is said to be cursed, doomed to bring misfortune to any vessel that carries it. Few dare to accept such a burden. A bitter laugh escaped Rourke's lips. A cursed helm sounds like a death sentence. Perhaps, the benefactor replied, voice almost a whisper. Or perhaps a chance at redemption. Days later, aboard a derelict barge drifting at the edge of the floating docks, Rourke confronted first mate Callan. The man's eyes were cold, the scar on his cheek a stark reminder of battles fought and lost. You've doomed us all, Rourke, Callan spat, voice rough with anger. Your recklessness costs lives and honor. I am no stranger to blame, Callan Rourke replied evenly. But this chance the helmet could change everything. Callan's jaw tightened. or it could be the final nail in our coffin. The wind tugged at their coats, carrying the distant cries of seabirds and the ever-present hum of the airborne currents. Between them lay the fragile thread of trust, fraying with every word. Night fell, and Rourke found himself alone once more, staring skyward. The clouds parted to reveal the swirling currents, vibrant ribbons of light and shadow weaving between the islands like spectral rivers. The very air seemed alive with possibility and peril. With a steadying breath, he made his choice. Redemption wasn't a gift, it was a battle, and he intended to fight. The Harbinger awaited, a weathered skyship ready to carry him into the unknown. As the first light of dawn brushed the horizon, Rourke stepped forward, the cursed ghost Helm's shadow stretching long and dark behind him. The journey had begun. The faded timbers of the Harbinger groaned under the weight of years and neglect. Yet to Captain Rourke, it was a vessel brimming with possibility, battered steed ready to bear him toward redemption. The sun, a molten orb sinking beneath the horizon, cast long shadows across the floating docks where the ship awaited her new crew. A salty breeze stirred the rigging, carrying with it the whispers of the submerged world, a reminder of the skies they would soon brave. Rourke stood at the prow, his scarred visage etched with resolve and a trace of weariness. His once proud uniform was replaced by a leather coat, heavy with the scent of oil and salt. Around him, the air buzzed with murmurs of doubt. The tale of his disgrace had traveled faster than the wind, and the crew he must assemble were reluctant shadows lingering on the edge of trust. The first to answer his call was Alara Voss, a navigator as skilled as she was guarded. She arrived under the guise of twilight, her sharp green eyes scanning the deck with a mixture of curiosity and caution. "Captain," she greeted, voiced low and steady, "the currents are as fickle as ever. Navigating them will require more than charts and instruments." Rourke nodded, sensing the weight behind her words. "Then we'll need your cunning, Alara. No one knows the skies better." In the cramped navigation room, Alara unfurled faded maps, their edges tattered from countless voyages. Lantern light flickered, casting a golden glow that danced with the shadows of swirling ink and hand-drawn currents. Her fingers traced the paths of treacherous winds, each line a memory of past mistakes and lost comrades. The ghosts of failure lingered in her gaze, a silent burden she bore with quiet determination. Elsewhere on the ship, Tamsin Greer, the engineer, was a whirlwind of energy and sharp words. Her fiery braid whipped behind her as she darted between the sputtering engines and tangled pipes. Soot smudged her cheeks and hands, testament to countless hours coaxing life from metal and steam. "This Helm," she spat one afternoon during a heated exchange in the engine room, "is nothing but superstition. Cursed cargo or not, it's the ship and crew that make or break a journey." Rourke met her glare evenly, feeling the sting of her skepticism but acknowledging the truth in her pragmatism. Superstition or not, it's what we carry that sets the course. We can't afford doubt to unravel us before we even leave port. The tension between them crackled like the sparking wires overhead, but beneath the sharp tongues lay a shared desire to see the voyage succeed. As the crew came together, a figure cloaked in shadow made no sound. The mysterious passenger moved with an eerie grace, their presence unsettling yet compelling. When Rourke finally confronted them on the aft deck beneath a silvered moon, their violet eyes gleamed with unreadable intent. "You carry a burden, Captain," they said softly, "but the Helm carries secrets far older than your disgrace." Rourke's jaw tightened. "Then you'd best share those secrets before we sail into the unknown." Their cryptic smile was the only answer, a promise of revelations and dangers to come. Preparations for departure were fraught with whispered arguments and uneasy alliances. Supplies were loaded with care, the ghost helm secured in a reinforced crate chained to the deck. The crew's unease was palpable. Every shadow seemed to stretch longer, every gust of wind a warning. Yet, amid the doubts and fears, a fragile hope blossomed. Rourke knew that this motley crew, with all their scars and secrets, were the only chance he had to reclaim his honor and steer the Harbinger through the haunted skies. As night deepened and the stars blinked awake, the ship waited silently, poised on the edge of destiny. Somewhere beyond the floating islands and shifting currents lay the distant shore where the ghost helm's tale would either end in doom or begin anew. With a final glance at the assembled crew, Rourke raised his voice, steady and commanding. "We sail at dawn. Hold fast to your courage, for the skies will test us all." The promise of the journey hung thick in the air, a whisper on the wind that carried both dread and determination. And so, the Harbinger's crew settled in for the night, their hearts heavy with the weight of the cursed cargo and the uncertain future that awaited them beyond the horizon. The morning sky over the floating docks was a canvas of roiling greys and swirling blues, the air alive with the scent of salt and the distant thunder of the haunted sea's restless depths. Captain Rourke stood at the prow of the Harbinger, the newly acquired skyship creaking beneath his boots as the crew bustled about, preparing for departure. The ship was a weathered beauty, its sails patched and frayed, but still proud, its wooden frame etched with scars from decades of airborne voyages. Yet today, it carried a heavier burden, the ghost helm, an artifact whispered to doom any ship that bore it. Rourke's mind churned with memories of the Seabreaker, his former command, and the catastrophe that had stripped him of honor. Today was his chance at redemption, but every eye on deck bore the weight of skepticism. The crew's distrust a tangible fog around him. Alara, the navigator, stood near the helm, her keen eyes tracing the shifting currents that danced between the submerged islands below like silver threads. Her fingers traced the intricate carvings on her compass pendant as if seeking guidance from some unseen force. Gideon, the engineer, barked sharp orders to the mechanics, his hands smeared with grease and grime, his voice laced with skepticism about the legend of the ghost helm. Myra, the mysterious passenger, remained a shadowy presence on deck, her eyes glinting with unreadable intent beneath her dark hood. All hands ready. Rourke's voice cut through the morning mist, a clarion call that stirred the crew into final action. The Harbinger's sails caught the airborne currents, billowing like the wings of a great beast awakening. With a deep groan and a shudder, the ship lifted from the floating docks, the wooden beams creaking in protest as they bore the weight of hope and curse alike. The landscape below was a surreal tapestry, submerged forests whose treetops barely pierced the water's surface, islands floating like emerald jewels suspended in the sky, their shadows flickering on the waves beneath. The currents twisted and turned unpredictably, a labyrinthine highway of wind and mist that demanded respect and skill. Alara's voice was steady but tinged with tension. Currents shifting northwest, strong gusts approaching. Rourke nodded, gripping the wheel tightly. "Steady, everyone. We've faced worse." But the haunted sea below was restless. As the Harbinger navigated through a narrow channel between two islands, the sky darkened unnaturally fast. Thunder rolled like the growl of a beast awakened from slumber, and dark clouds churned overhead, blotting out the sun. The spectral energy of the cursed waters seemed to rise, seeping into the air and twisting the currents into violent, unpredictable surges. Storm approaching fast, Gideon shouted, his voice barely audible over the howl of the wind. The crew scrambled, battening down hatches, tightening sails, and securing the cursed cargo below deck. The ghost helm, wrapped in ancient cloth and chained, seemed to pulse with a faint, eerie glow. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the harbinger as it was thrown about like a leaf caught in a tempest. The timbers groaned and creaked, the sails whipped violently, and the ship lurched perilously close to the edge of the current's wrath. "Hold your stations," Rock commanded, his voice rising above the storm. "We'll not be claimed by some ghostly tempest today." Ilara's hands danced over the helm's navigational instruments, eyes sharp for every shift in the currents. "I've never seen anything like this. The sea below's conjuring the storm." Myra's voice, soft yet carrying an uncanny resonance, drifted from the shadows. "The curse feeds on fear and doubt. Hold fast to your courage, or the helm will claim you all." The crew worked in unison, a chaotic ballet of shouted orders, strained muscles, and desperate hope. Rourke's leadership, once questioned, began to solidify as he faced the storm head-on, his commands precise and unwavering. Slowly, the harbinger clawed its way through the tempest, the currents finally easing as the dark clouds began to break. As the storm passed, silence fell over the ship, broken only by the creak of settling wood and the heavy breaths of the exhausted crew. The sun pierced through the dissipating clouds, casting golden light over the battered but unbroken skyship. Rourke surveyed the faces around him, some weary, others wide-eyed with newfound respect. The test had been brutal, but it was only the beginning. The aerial currents still stretched ahead like a wild, untamed sea, and the ghost helm's curse lingered like a shadow over every heart. "We've weathered the worst for now," Rourke said quietly, "but the journey has only just begun. Keep your wits sharp and your blades sharper. The skies hold more than wind and clouds." Ilara nodded, the weight of responsibility settling on her shoulders. "We'll need every ounce of skill and courage. The currents aren't just air, they're alive." Gideon wiped sweat and grime from his brow, offering a rare, grim smile. "For a cursed helm, this voyage is off to a roaring start." Mira's eyes flickered with a strange light. The ghost helm watches, and it waits. As the harbinger sailed onward, the submerged islands silhouetted against the brightening sky. The crew braced themselves for the trials ahead. Captain Rourke, once dishonored and doubted, felt the stirrings of something long-lost hope tempered by resolve. The haunted sea below whispered warnings, but the skies above promised a reckoning. And somewhere, beyond the endless currents, the legend of the ghost helm awaited its next chapter. The storm had passed, leaving the harbinger battered but aloft, its sails billowing weakly as the crew gathered in the ship's mess hall. The air was thick with the smell of salt and damp wood, lantern light flickering across weary faces. Captain Rourke sat at the head of the table, his fingers drumming nervously against the scarred surface. Around him, the murmurs began soft, hesitant whispers that soon grew into stories shared in hushed tones. Mira leaned forward, her eyes shadowed beneath the brim of her cap. "They say the ghost helm carries the souls of those it's doomed," she murmured, voice barely above the crackling of the fire. "Every ship that bore it met a watery grave or vanished amidst the clouds." Garrick scoffed, wiping grease from his hands onto a rag. "Stories meant to scare sailors. There's always an explanation for lost ships, storm, sabotage, poor seamanship. Curses are for superstitious fools." Ilara remained silent, her gaze distant as if listening to a melody only she could hear. Then, unexpectedly, she spoke in a voice soft and deliberate. "The helm is more than a trinket. It binds the fates of those who carry it, weaving doom as surely as a spider spins its web." A silence fell over the group, broken only by the creak of timber and the distant splash of waves against the hull. Rourke's thoughts drifted back, memories flickering like ghosts in his mind. He saw the Seabreaker, his former command, caught in a spectral tempest, the sky darkened by unnatural shadows. The helm on his head had glowed with an eerie light, cold and unyielding. The screams of his crew echoed in the tempest as the ship was torn asunder, swallowed by the haunted sea below. Back in the present, a sudden chill swept through the mess hall. Lanterns swung violently, casting grotesque shadows that danced upon the walls. A faint whisper, like voices carried on the wind, brushed against their ears. The crew exchanged uneasy glances. "Did you hear that?" Mira asked, her voice trembling. Garrick's jaw tightened, but even he looked unsettled. "It's just the wind," he said, though his eyes betrayed doubt. Rourke rose and stepped out onto the deck, the cool night air biting at his skin. The clouds above churned restlessly, and strange gusts wrapped around the Harbinger, tugging at ropes and sails as if the very sky were alive. Somewhere in the distance, a low moan echoed a sound that was neither wind nor wave. Elara appeared beside him, her cloak fluttering like a shadow in the night. She raised her hands, murmuring words that seemed to draw the restless spirits closer. Rourke felt a shiver run down his spine, the weight of the cursed helm pressing down upon him, even though it was far from his grasp. "We are not alone," she whispered, eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. "The curse awakens." The deck beneath their feet groaned as if the ship itself sensed the stirrings of something ancient and malevolent. Rourke's heart pounded not just with fear, but with a fierce determination. This was no mere superstition. The ghost helm's shadow was real, and it threatened to consume them all. As the night deepened, the crew's whispered fears coalesced into a chilling certainty. The curse was more than legend, and the Harbinger carried not just a helm, but the weight of doom. Yet, amid the growing dread, a fragile thread of hope remained, that through courage and unity they might survive the haunted skies and the ghosts of their pasts. Rourke clenched his fists, meeting the gaze of each crew member. "We carry this curse together," he said, voice steady but resolute, "and together we will see it through." But as the first pale light of dawn edged the horizon, one question haunted him more than any storm or shadow. Was he truly the captain to lead them through the curse's grasp-paw? Was he the first to fall? The Harbinger sailed on, its course set through darkening skies and whispered legends. The ghost helm's curse looming ever closer, its secrets waiting to be unraveled in the chapters ahead. The morning air hung heavy with mist as the Harbinger approached the jagged silhouettes of the submerged islands known among skyfarers as the Islands of the Forgotten, their peaks, crowned with tangled forests and crumbling ruins, pierced the low-hanging fog like ancient sentinels guarding secrets long buried beneath the waves and clouds. Captain Rourke stood at the helm, his gaze sharp despite the gnawing weight of uncertainty pressing against his chest. The skyship's timbers groaned softly beneath the tension, the aerial currents shifting like restless spirits around them. Below deck, the crew moved with a mix of caution and urgency. Elara adjusted her compass, a frown etched deep across her face as she murmured calculations. "These islands, the currents here are treacherous, and the legends darker still. Lost sailors and cursed cargo, this place does not welcome the living." Tess, ever skeptical, scoffed as she wiped grease from her hands. "Legends are for landlubbers scared of their own shadows. We need supplies, not ghost stories." Miro remained silent, a shadow among shadows, his hooded gaze flickering with inscrutable intent. He seemed almost to blend with the swirling mists, an enigma wrapped in whispered rumors. As the Harbinger descended through the thickening fog, the crew caught glimpses of the island's eerie beauty trees bowed beneath the weight of hanging moss, ruins half swallowed by earth and time, and the faint shimmer of spectral lights dancing just beyond the veil of sight. The air was thick with the scent of salt and decay, the distant call of unseen birds echoing like mournful cries. Rourke signaled for the ship to anchor near a rocky cove, where a narrow dock clung precariously to the island's edge. The crew prepared to disembark, the weight of the ghost Helm's curse heavy on their minds. But the practical need for provisions left no room for hesitation. On the shore, rough-skinned islanders emerged from the shadows of their huts, their bodies marked with swirling blue tattoos that seemed to pulse faintly in the dim light. Their eyes, sharp and unyielding, bore into the newcomers with a mixture of suspicion and quiet menace. The leader, a towering figure with a scar tracing down his cheek, stepped forward, brandishing a spear tipped with jagged bone. Rourke raised his hands in a gesture of peace. "We come in need, not conflict. Our ship carries a burden accursed Helm we must deliver far from here. We seek only safe passage and supplies to continue." The islanders responded with silence, their gazes flickering to the helm secured below deck, its faint, unnatural glow visible through the hatch. Mistrust hung thick between them, a living thing that coiled and writhed like the currents themselves. Negotiations were tense, words measured and sharp, the salty breeze carrying the scent of brine and smoke from distant fires. Ilara whispered to Rourke, "They fear the curse, Captain. They know more than they admit." Suddenly, from the tree line came a chilling wail that cut through the air like a blade. The islanders stiffened, eyes wide with terror and reverence. From the mist emerged figures of translucent form, ghostly sailors clad in tattered uniforms, faces twisted in eternal anguish, drifting silently yet threateningly towards the shore. The crew froze as the spectral apparitions moved among them, their mournful cries echoing through the trees. Tess gripped her wrench like a weapon, heart pounding. "By the gears, what in the cursed sky is that?" Rourke called out, voice steady despite the rising dread. "Hold your ground. These are the lost, bound to these isles by some ancient sorrow. We must not provoke them." But the islanders scattered, fear overtaking their hostility as they fled into the shadows. The ghost's presence shattered the fragile truce and plunged the crew into chaos. Miro stepped forward, his voice calm and low. "They are warnings, or worse guards of secrets we are not meant to uncover." As night fell, the Harbinger stood anchored beneath a storm-darkened sky. Lightning flashed, illuminating the haunted islands and casting long shadows across the water. The crew gathered on deck, tension crackling like static in the air. Whispers of fear and suspicion passed between them, cracks forming in their fragile unity. Rourke faced his crew, voice resolute. "We carry a curse, yes, but also a purpose. We will not be undone by ghosts or mistrust. Tomorrow we sail on, together." The islands loomed behind them, silent witnesses to the struggle unfolding both within the Harbinger and in the skies that stretched endlessly above a world where the past refused to rest and the future hung precariously in the balance. And yet, beneath the veil of mist and shadow, something stirred, an ancient force watching, waiting, its secrets entwined with the fate of the ghost Helm and those who dared to carry it into the endless sky. The engine room hummed with a relentless pulse, the metallic heart of the Harbinger thrumming beneath Mira Talon's deft hands. She wiped the grime from her forehead, the scent of oil and steam thick in the air, mingling with the faint brine seeping through the ship's hull. The crew had long suspected her sharp tongue and skeptical eye were more than mere habit. Now, as she faced Captain Rourke, the weight of her secret pressed upon her like the very currents they sailed within. Rourke stood at the entrance, arms crossed, the flickering lantern light casting harsh shadows across his weathered face. "You've been quiet, Mira. Too quiet for someone who claims the Helm's curse is just a legend. What aren't you telling us?" She met his gaze, amber eyes blazing with a fierce honesty. "It's no legend, Captain. I've tracked the ghost Helm for years before I ever set foot on the Harbinger. My mission isn't just to keep this ship running, it's to make sure this cursed artifact never reaches its destination." A heavy silence followed, broken only by the steady clang of machinery. The implications settled over them like a storm cloud. "Why didn't you say so before?" Rourke's voice was rough, tinged with a mixture of betrayal and relief. "Because I didn't trust anyone," she admitted. "Not after what the Helm did to others. And I still don't know if I can trust you." The revelation rippled through the ship. Word spread quickly, and by midday, the main cabin was thick with tension. The crew sat in uneasy clusters, eyes darting, voices hushed but charged with suspicion. Joran Vex sat at the navigation table, his fingers trembling as he adjusted the instruments. He stole glances at the others, aware that the fragile trust they'd built was cracking. "A curse isn't just superstition," Myra explained to the gathered crew. "It's a force that bends minds, turns friends into foes. It's why previous carriers of the Helm never made it to their destinations. The Helm changes the air around Usmox. The currents darker, the skies heavier." Murmurs rose, some skeptical, some fearful. Rourke raised a hand, commanding silence. "We're here because we have no choice. The Helm's fate is tied to this journey. But I won't let it destroy us from within. That means no more secrets." Yet even as he spoke, the mysterious passenger lingered in the shadows of the cabin, their eyes glinting with unreadable intent. Their silence spoke volumes, and Rourke felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold night air. Later, beneath the star-studded sky on the ship's railing, the passenger's cloak fluttered in the breeze, masking a face lined with quiet calculation. The murmurs of the crew echoed faintly below, but here, the true game was unfolding. Each secret unveiled, each whispered doubt, was a thread in a larger tapestry that none aboard the Harbinger yet fully understood. Back inside, Joran's fingers danced over the navigation charts, the weight of his own past mistakes pressing down. The Helm's curse was not just a phantom menace, it was a living shadow, seeping into the minds of every soul aboard, threatening to unravel their resolve. Rourke paced the deck, his thoughts a tempest. Mira's confession had changed everything. Loyalty was no longer a given. Survival demanded vigilance and sacrifice. The voyage had become more than a test of skill, was a battle to hold on to their very humanity. As the Harbinger surged forward, riding the unpredictable aerial currents, the crew braced themselves. The true nature of the ghost Helm was awakening, and with it, the darkest trials of their journey were only just beginning. "We all have secrets," Rourke muttered, eyes fixed on the horizon painted with streaks of crimson and gold. "But out here, secrets can be as deadly as any storm." The wind whispered through the rigging, carrying a promise of danger and revelation. The path ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear. The engineer's secret had set a new course, one that would test every bond and every breath aboard the Harbinger. And in the depths of the haunted skies, trust might be the rarest treasure of all. A sudden metallic groan from the engine room jolted them all, a stark reminder that the ship itself was as fragile as the alliances aboard it. Rourke's hand tightened on the helm's edge, the cursed artifact lying ominously nearby. The night was far from over, and the shadows were closing in. "We move forward," he declared, voice steady but resolute. "But watch your backs. The curse is no longer just legend. It's here." And with that, the Harbinger plunged deeper into the unknown. Its fate intertwined with the engineer's secret and the perilous skies they dared to cross. The air above the submerged islands twisted with the unpredictable currents that had become the lifeblood and the curse of Rourke's voyage. The Harbinger creaked and groaned as it rode one such current. The sails strained against the invisible wind that carried them through the sky. The ghost helm, secured deep within the ship's hold, pulsed with a silent menace, a reminder of the doom that trailed them like a shadow. Captain Rourke stood at the prow, eyes narrowed against the biting wind that whipped his coat and tangled his dark hair. The clouds above had thickened suddenly, vines of storm swirling in unnatural patterns. He sensed it before his lookout shouted. Dark shapes loomed ahead, cutting through the mist like predatory birds. Pirates. Yorick's voice cracked over the din, the navigator clutching his sextant as if it could chart a course through danger itself. From the swirling currents emerged 3 sleek skyships, their black sails marked with the jagged insignia of the Shadewing fleet. At their helms stood Marek Shadewing Kaldar, the pirate captain whose name was whispered in fear across the airborne archipelago. "They seek the helm," Lysa muttered, wiping grease from her hands as she hurried to the engine room. "We can't let them take it." Rourke turned, his gaze hardening. "All hands to battle stations." His voice rang out, steady and commanding, cutting through the rising storm. The crew sprang into action, their earlier tensions dissolved into the crucible of combat. The Harbinger lurched as the first volley of cannon fire tore through the sky, iron singing past their sails. Rourke barked orders, steadying the helmsman. "Steer into the current use, the wind to our advantage." Darick's fingers danced over the navigation instruments, seeking a path through the swirling tempest. "There, a gap in the current, see if we can reach it. We might outpace them." But the pirates were relentless, their ships weaving through the storm with practiced ease. The sky erupted in flashes of lightning, each strike illuminating the brutal ballet of aerial combat. From the deck, Lysa worked feverishly, adjusting the engines to keep the Harbinger agile despite its weathered frame. Suddenly, the pirates closed in, boarding hooks and grappling lines snaking through the air. Shouts and curses filled the decks as steel clashed, the ring of blades echoing against the hull. Rourke found himself face to face with a grizzled pirate lieutenant, their swords locked in a deadly embrace. "You'll not keep that cursed helm," the pirate snarled. "It's not yours to take," Rourke replied, muscles straining as he pushed back. "And I'll see it safely delivered, no matter the cost." The battle raged, a tempest of shadows and steel beneath the storm. Alina Drift moved silently through the chaos, her silver eyes gleaming with secrets yet to be revealed. Though her motives remained opaque, her presence lent an eerie assurance to the beleaguered crew. As the fight stretched on, the Harbinger's hull shuddered from the barrage, cracks appearing in the ancient wood. Rourke knew their time was running out. "Now Yorick, take us through the gap," he commanded. With a deft twist of the helm, the Harbinger plunged into the narrow channel of swirling currents. The pirates surged after them, but the treacherous winds caught their sails, tearing one ship apart in a cascade of splinters and fire. The remaining pirate ships faltered, and Rourke seized the moment to pull the Harbinger upward, escaping the deadly embrace. As dawn broke over the submerged islands, the battered crew gathered on deck, breathless but alive. "We've made enemies today," Rourke said grimly, "and they'll come for us again. But we'll face them as we face every storm with unyielding resolve." The ghost helm lay silent below, its curse a shadow over their victory. Yet the battle had forged the crew anew, their uneasy alliance tempered by fire and shared peril. The skies ahead were wide and uncertain, but for now, the Harbinger sailed free, carrying with it a captain's hope and a crew's fierce loyalty. But as the first light touched the horizon, a whisper of shadow stirred in the currents, promising that this was but the beginning of a far darker storm. The skies had darkened in uneasy shades as the Harbinger slipped away from the violent chase that had marked their narrow escape from the sky pirates. The air, once charged with the crackle of battle and the roar of engines, now fell into a heavy silence that pressed upon the crew's spirits like a thick shroud. Captain Rourke stood at the helm, his eyes narrowing against the creeping mist that swallowed the horizon, turning the world into a shadowed realm where reality wavered. The haunted sea stretched before them, a vast expanse of eerie calm where the usual currents that carried the ship's fragile frame seemed to falter, replaced by a stillness that whispered secrets only the doomed dared to hear. Beneath the Harbinger's keel, pale, ghostly lights shimmered, flickering like will-o'-the wisps beneath the water's surface, casting spectral reflections that danced along the ship's timbers and sent shivers through the hardened crew. Ilara, the navigator, lingered at the bow, her slender figure silhouetted against the creeping fog. Her breath came in slow, measured pulls as she stared into the shifting mists. The whispers began softly at first, indistinct murmurs curling through the chill air, but soon grew into voices, haunting echoes that seemed to seep from the depths below. They spoke in tongues lost to time, voices that carried the weight of sorrow and regret. Ilara's fingers tightened on the railing, her pale face paling further as memories she had long buried clawed their way to the surface. The failed voyage that had cost her a crew, the mistakes that had branded her a coward in her own eyes, all whispered in that ghostly chorus. "They're here," she murmured, barely audible, eyes wide and unblinking. "The lost ones, the drowned." Behind her, the murmurs stirred unease among the crew. Joss, the engineer, paced the engine room, the steady clang and hiss of the machinery a fragile heartbeat in the oppressive silence. His usual smirk was gone, replaced by a taut grimace as shadows flickered along the rusted walls. The lights dimmed inexplicably, and cold drafts whispered through the vents, carrying faint, ghostly laughter that made the hairs on his neck rise. He stopped, wrench in hand, listening, a primal part of him resisting the notion that such things could be real. "This place, its bleeding shadows," Joss muttered, voice rough. "It's like the curse's breath is in the very air we breathe." Below decks, murmurs of fear spread swiftly. Crew members exchanged nervous glances, their hands unconsciously clutching talismans or worn charms. The ghost helm, hidden safely beneath tarps in the captain's quarters, seemed to pulse with a malevolent life of its own, as if feeding on the despair creeping through the ship. Captain Rourke, feeling the weight of every eye upon him, retreated to the dim glow of his cabin. There, Myra awaited the enigmatic passenger, whose pale features and shadowy demeanor seemed almost otherworldly. The flicker of candlelight threw dancing shapes across the walls, merging with the ghostly silhouettes that sometimes appeared beyond the porthole, as if the sea itself reached hungrily toward the vessel. "You know more than you say," Rourke accused quietly, voice low with suspicion. "This curse, the helm, what are you hiding?" Myra's eyes flickered, a faint smile touching her lips. "Secrets are the currency of survival, Captain. But you've seen enough to understand that the helm's power is not merely legend. You carry a weight that will test every fiber of your being." The conversation was interrupted by a sudden chill that swept through the cabin, snuffing out candles and plunging them into darkness. Outside, a distant wail echoed across the haunted sea, a mournful cry that seemed to pierce the very souls of those aboard the Harbinger. Rourke swallowed hard, the burden of command heavier than ever. "We press on," he declared, voice steeling against the creeping dread. "Whatever haunts these waters, we face it together." But as the ghostly lights flickered and the shadows lengthened, the crew knew their trial had only just begun. The haunted sea's embrace was cold and relentless, a test not only of their strength and skill, but of their very sanity. And in that spectral realm, past sins and present fears would rise like tides, threatening to drown them all. Below deck, whispers grew louder, and eyes darted nervously in the gloom. The curse of the ghost Helm was no longer a distant threat, but a living, breathing force that haunted every corner of the Harbinger. And as the night deepened, the line between the living and the dead blurred, leaving only one certainty: survival would demand more than courage. It would demand confronting the ghosts within. The haunted sea held its secrets close, but the crew of the Harbinger was determined to unravel them, even if it meant losing themselves in the process. And as the spectral mists thickened, the ship sailed deeper into the unknown, the air heavy with unseen eyes watching, waiting for the moment when the curse would claim its next victim. The night was far from over, and the shadows whispered none would emerge unchanged. The spectral light of dawn was a pale promise, barely piercing the dense fog that clung to the ship like a second skin. Yet, even as the sun threatened to rise, the haunted sea refused to relinquish its grip. The crew moved like shades themselves, quiet, wary, their faces etched with exhaustion and fear. Alara approached Rourke at the helm, her usual sharpness tempered by a vulnerability he rarely saw. "Captain, the currents are shifting, but not naturally. There's a force here, something stirring beneath." Rourke nodded grimly. "We'll need to navigate carefully. This place, it's testing us all." The ship creaked and groaned as if responding to an unseen presence. Somewhere amid the masts, a faint whisper echoed, a voice calling out in a language long forgotten. The crew stiffened, clutching at whatever anchors of reality they could find. Joss emerged from the engine room, wiping sweat from his brow despite the chill. "The engines are holding, but barely. Something's sapping the strength from the ship." Myra appeared silently beside Rourke, her eyes reflecting the ghostly glow. "The curse feeds not only on fear, but on the life around it. We must be vigilant." As the Harbinger pressed onward, the haunted sea seemed to close in, its embrace tightening like a noose. Each creak, each whisper, each shadow was a reminder. The past was never truly gone, and the curse was far from spent. Rourke tightened his grip on the wheel, his voice a low vow. "We'll face whatever comes." Together, but deep within the fog, unseen eyes glimmered, and the ghostly sentinels of the haunted sea watched, waiting for the moment to strike. The voyage had become a battle not just for survival, but for the very souls of those aboard the Harbinger. And the haunted sea's embrace was far from forgiving. The Harbinger glided silently through the thick, swirling mist that clung like a shroud around the small, floating island. The air was damp and cool, a sharp contrast to the stinging wind that lashed the airborne currents further out. Captain Rourke stood at the bow, his weathered hands gripping the railing as his grey eyes pierced the dense veil. Beside him, Navigator Ellen adjusted her grip on the charts, her sharp gaze flickering between the fog and the instruments clutched in her hands. "Visibility's near zero," Ellen muttered, her voice low but steady. "We should drop anchor and scout on foot." Rourke nodded, his scarred face tightening with resolve. "Agreed. We can't afford surprises, not with the ghost Helm aboard." The crew worked swiftly, lowering the Harbinger gently onto the island's mist-shrouded dock. The wooden planks creaked softly beneath their boots as they disembarked, the world around them muffled and ethereal. Every sound was swallowed by the thick fogged, distant drip of water, the soft rustling of unseen creatures, the faint whisper of wind weaving through twisted branches. Rourke led the small party into the dense reeds that fringed the island's edge. The air was alive with the scent of damp earth and salt, mingled with the faint aroma of herbs and smoke. Ellen's compass spun erratically, the island's strange magnetic fields interfering with their instruments. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, a lithe woman with deep amber eyes that shone with an uncanny intelligence. Her skin was sun-kissed and marked with intricate tattoos, each line and swirl telling a story lost to time. She wore flowing garments woven from reeds and feathers that rustled softly with her every movement. "Who trespasses on the Isle of Whispers?" she asked, voice smooth and measured. Rourke stepped forward cautiously. "I am Captain Rourke of the Harbinger. We seek passage and knowledge about the ghost Helm." The woman's eyes flickered with recognition and something unspoken. "I am Mayli's keeper of secrets here. The helm you carry is bound to the fate of this world, and its curse is woven into the very winds you sail." Ellen exchanged a glance with Rourke, sensing the weight behind Maylis's words. "We mean no harm, only to understand and deliver the helm to its destined place." Maylie studied them a moment longer before nodding. "Come, then. If you seek answers, you must walk the path of shadows and light." They followed her deeper into the island's heart, where twisted trees draped in phosphorescent moss cast a ghostly glow. At the center, a campfire crackled, its flames flickering against the night silence. Around it, Maylies began to recount the helm's dark history, a tale of ancient mariners cursed for their greed, doomed to wander the skies and seas as restless spirits. As the night deepened, the mist thickened, and distant howls echoed through the trees. Spectral figures flickered at the mist's edge, ghostly remnants of those lost to the curse. The crew tensed, hands moving to weapons as a cold dread settled over them. "You see," Maylies whispered, "the helm's curse is no mere legend. It binds the living and the dead, the seen and unseen. To carry it is to carry a burden heavier than any man can bear alone." Rourke met her gaze, the weight of his past failures pressing down like the mist around them. "Then we have no choice but to face it together." The fragile alliance, forged in the island's shadow, promised knowledge and hope, but also new dangers lurking just beyond sight. As the Harbinger awaited them in the mist, the crew prepared for the trials ahead, their spirits tethered by trust and the unyielding call of destiny. But as the flickering flames danced and shadows lengthened, a chilling thought took root in Rourke's mind. Was the true enemy the curse itself, or the secrets yet to be revealed? The mist whispered around them, carrying voices of the past and warnings for the future. And somewhere beyond the veil, the haunted sea waited, patient and unforgiving. The skies darkened as the Harbinger approached the distant island, the fabled terminus of their perilous voyage. A thick, unnatural fog curled around the ship's prow, blending with the low-hanging clouds that smothered the airborne currents. The ghost helm, resting heavily on the captain's quarters table, pulsed with a spectral light that seemed to breathe with each passing moment. Captain Rourke stood rigid at the helm, his gaze locked on the horizon where the island's silhouette barely pierced the mist. The air was thick with an oppressive silence, broken only by the creaking of the ship's timbers and the distant howl of the wind. His fingers curled tightly around the wheel, knuckles white, as memories of the accident that had shattered his career surged, unbidden ghosts of failure that the helm's curse now seemed eager to exploit. "Captain," Ellera's voice cut through the heavy air, sharp and urgent. The helm's glow-its intensifying, the crew's unsettled. Strange shadows cling to the rigging, and I swear I heard whispers on the wind. Rourke nodded grimly. I know, Alara. This curse, it's no mere superstition. It's alive, and it's hungry. The crew gathered in the main hold, eyes wide and breaths shallow. Joran paced restlessly, hands trembling despite his usual composure. Myra stood apart, serene yet inscrutable, her gaze fixed upon the helm as if reading ancient secrets from its cursed surface. You all feel it, Myra said softly, her voice echoing as if carried from another realm. The helm is more than a relic. It's a vessel of doom, a beacon for the restless dead. Its curse feeds on fear and regret, twisting the fate of those who dare to bear it. Murmurs rippled through the assembled crew, a mixture of disbelief and terror. Rourke's heart pounded as he met their gazes. We have come too far to turn back now, he said, voice steady despite the storm raging within him. But we must face the curse head-on, or all will be lost. Suddenly, the ship shuddered violently. A tempest had descended, a silent, spectral storm that lashed the sails and howled through the rigging with unnatural force. The shadows lengthened, and the helm's glow flared, casting eerie illumination across the faces of the crew. Rourke gripped the wheel tighter, sweat mingling with the rain plastering his hair to his brow. Hold fast, he commanded, voice booming over the roar of the storm. This is our trial. Lightning crackled across the sky, illuminating ghostly figures drifting alongside the ship-lost souls, drawn to the helm's dark power. The crew's resolve faltered as fear threatened to unravel their unity. Ilara's voice pierced the chaos. Captain, the currents are shifting. If we can harness the wind's fury, we might outrun this curse. A fleeting hope sparked in Rourke's chest. Trusting her instincts, he adjusted the sails, steering the Harbinger into the heart of the storm. The ship groaned and pitched, but held true, slicing through the spectral gale. As the tempest waned, the helm's glow dimmed, but the price was clear. The crew was battered, shaken, and the curse's shadow lingered still. Rourke knew the final test awaited on the island, a choice between sacrifice and salvation. He retreated to his quarters, the helm before him. Fingers trembling, he reached out, feeling a coldness seep into his bones. The whispers grew louder, promising doom yet hinting at redemption. What will it be, Captain? A voice echoed in his mind, the voice of his former self, the man he feared he had become. With a deep breath, Rourke steeled himself. I will not let this curse define me, he vowed aloud. For my crew, for my honor, I will see this through. Outside, the crew braced themselves as the Harbinger sailed on toward the unknown. The helm's true curse awakening fully, and the fate of all aboard teetering on the edge of despair and hope. The journey was far from over, and the shadows that clung to the ghost helm were only beginning to reveal their terrible secrets. The mist hung thick and heavy over the masts of the Harbinger as the ship approached the island of lost winds. Captain Rourke stood at the helm, his eyes narrowed against the swirling grey haze that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The air was different here, charged with an electric sorrow that prickled at the skin and whispered, secrets in tongues only the lost could understand. Alara, the ship's navigator, leaned over a brass compass that spun erratically, its needle swinging wildly as if caught in the throes of an unseen tempest. These winds, she muttered, voice low and tight, they're not natural, they carry voices. Lost souls, perhaps. Rourke's jaw tightened. The legends had always spoken of this island as a place where the veil between the living and the dead thinned. a place where the winds themselves carried the memories and regrets of those who had perished in the haunted sea below. Yet nothing in the tales had prepared him for the oppressive weight that now settled over the Harbinger. The crew moved with a cautious reverence, their usual banter stilled by the eerie silence that surrounded them. Jocks, the ship's engineer, was the first to break the hush, his voice rough with disbelief. "This is nonsense. Ghosts don't ride the wind." But as the Harbinger's engines sputtered and coughed, struggling against the invisible currents, even his skepticism wavered. Sparks flew from the engine room, and the steady hum of the ship's propellers faltered, as if the very breath of the island sought to sap their strength. Myra, the enigmatic passenger, stood apart from the rest, her hooded figure barely moving as if she were part of the mist itself. When she spoke, her voice was a whisper carried on the breeze. "The island tests us all, not just our bodies, but our spirits." The first trial came swiftly, as the Harbinger rounded a bend in the floating landmass. Ghostly figures emerged from the fog, translucent sailors, their faces twisted in silent anguish, reaching out with hands that seemed to pass through solid air. The crew froze, hearts pounding as the ethereal forms circled the ship, their mournful wails a haunting symphony that echoed in the minds of all aboard. Rourke gripped the railing, struggling to steady his breath. "Hold fast," he commanded, voice firm despite the chill crawling up his spine. "They're the lost. We honor them by pressing on." Ilara nodded, eyes shining with grim determination. "We can't let their despair undo us." But the island's curse was relentless. Whispers slithered through the rigging, planting seeds of doubt and fear. Old regrets surfaced like specters in the night. Rourke's reckless decisions, Ilara's failures to save those she once guided, Jox's doubts that he was more a liability than an asset. Even Myra's cryptic silence seemed to fracture under the weight of the island's sorrow. The Harbinger's crew found themselves tested beyond the physical realm. Night after night, the winds carried visions, moments from their pasts, twisted into nightmares, accusing and unforgiving. Trust frayed at the edges as the curse sought to unravel the fragile bonds they had forged. Yet it was in these darkest hours that Rourke's leadership truly shone. Gathering the crew in the cramped galley, his voice was steady and resolute. "We carry a burden none chose, but together we can bear it. This helm may doom us, but it will not break us." Mira stepped forward, revealing shards of the helm's tortured history, how it had doomed entire fleets, how its curse fed on fear and division. Yet she spoke also of hope, of a path through the storm, if only they could hold fast to one another. The dawn broke over the island like a fragile promise. The winds, once howling with spectral voices, softened to a mournful sigh. The Harbinger's engines roared back to life, and the crew, though weary and scarred, stood united. As they set sail from the island of lost winds, the ghosts of the past seemed to recede, but their lessons lingered. Rourke knew the journey ahead would demand more than courage. It would require sacrifice, trust, and an unyielding will to defy the curse that shadowed the ghost helm. Yet beneath the weight of the lost souls and the whispering winds, a single truth held firm. Redemption was still within reach, if only the crew could weather the storm together. The Harbinger cut through the mist, sails full and spirits steeled, but the island's lingering chill in their bones was a reminder the winds of fate were ever unpredictable, and the cost of failure was a price none dared to pay again. And so they sailed onward into the unknown, where the next trial awaited just beyond the horizon, and the true test of their resolve was yet to come. The cramped mess hall felt smaller than ever as voices rose in a cacophony of suspicion and fear. Lantern light flickered against the wooden walls, casting long, jittery shadows that danced across faces etched with worry. Captain Rourke stood at the center, his eyes sharp beneath a furrowed brow, listening to the heated exchange. The accusation that lingered unspoken was like a poison in the air. There was a traitor among them. Alara slammed a fist onto the rough-hewn table, her sharp voice cutting through the din. Sabotage isn't an accident. Someone's been tampering with the engine. We're lucky the Harbinger's still in one piece. Her gaze swept over the crew, lingering on Joran, the burly man who shifted uneasily in the corner. Finn's restless eyes darted from face to face, his voice low and tense. If the Helm's curse doesn't finish us, treachery might. We can't afford to unravel now. Rourke's mind churned. The mission was already burdened with peril, the cursed ghost helm weighing heavily on their fate. Now, internal betrayal threatened to tear them apart before they could even face the dangers of the skies. Later, beneath the cloak of night, Rourke sought out Joran near the ship's edge. The cold wind whipped around them, carrying the salt temps of the haunted sea below. Stars hid behind heavy clouds, leaving darkness to swallow their confrontation. Why, Joran? What's the price of your betrayal? Rourke's voice was grave, but steady. Joran's scarred face twisted with desperation and remorse. They promised me safety. Coin, a place where the curse won't follow. I didn't want to hurt the crew, only to save myself. The confession hit Rourke like a gale, but he held firm. Your selfishness endangers us all. This ends here. Meanwhile, in the engine room, Alara worked frantically, sweat mingling with grime on her brow. The rhythmic clang of metal echoed as she repaired the damage Joran's sabotage had wrought. Her hands moved with practiced urgency, fighting against time and treachery. By dawn, the crew gathered on deck. The pale light cast long shadows as Rourke addressed them, his voice carrying over the restless murmurs. Betrayal has scarred us, but it will not define us. We stand together, or we fall divided. The skies ahead are perilous, but our resolve must be stronger. Trust is fragile, but it is the only thing that will carry us through. The crew exchanged uncertain glances, but beneath their fear, a spark of hope kindled. They had faced darkness, both from within and without, and now, with trust tentatively rebuilt, the Harbinger sailed forward into the unknown, carrying with it the weight of a cursed legacy and the fragile promise of redemption. Yet, even as the ship cut through the airborne currents, a shadow lingered, whispers of further secrets and unseen dangers that threatened to unravel the fragile peace they had fought to restore. Rourke's gaze hardened, knowing that the battle for their survival was far from over. The night wind carried a silent warning, and the skies awaited their next move. The sky above was a sullen canvas of grey, with clouds that seemed to press down upon the Harbinger as it glided into the ominous expanse known among sky sailors as the skyship graveyard. A vast field of wrecked vessels stretched beneath them. The skeletal remains of once proud skyships, twisted and broken like the bones of some great ancient leviathan. Captain Rourke stood at the helm, the wind tugging at his coat, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the horizon. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of rusted metal and decayed wood, mingled with an intangible chill that whispered of death and despair. Lyra Voss was crouched near the ship's rail, her keen eyes surveying the wreckage below. She pointed out a hole pierced with strange, jagged tears, its sails shredded and flapping like the tattered wings of a dying bird. "This place," she muttered, voice low and grim, "it's a tomb. Every one of these ships met their end here, and not by accident." Marek Thorne, the navigator, stared down at his charts, his fingers trembling as he traced the perilous path the Harbinger must take. The currents here were treacherous, twisted by unseen forces, and the ghosts of those who had perished seemed to linger in the shifting mists. "The winds don't just blow," he said, voice tight. "They hunt." The crew moved with cautious purpose, their faces taut with tension. Celine, the mysterious passenger, remained cloaked at the ship's stern, her eyes reflecting the haunted expanse below. No one dared to approach her as the shadows lengthened. Suddenly, Lyra called out, "Captain!" Over here, Rourke hurried to her side, peering down at a half-buried helm wedged among the wreckage. The metal was cold and etched with the same eerie symbols as the ghost helm they carried. A chill ran down Rourke's spine as he recognized the cursed artifact, tarnished with age and encrusted with salt. "This was one of them," Rourke whispered, his voice thick with dread. "One of the doomed." From this grim discovery, the weight of the mission pressed heavier upon the crew. Mechanical failures began to plague the Harbinger. The engines sputtered, and strange noises echoed through the hold. Lyra worked furiously, her hands steady despite the growing unease. Night fell, and spectral figures flickered at the edge of vision. Whispered voices drifted on the wind, tales of lost souls doomed by the helm's curse. Rourke felt their gaze, cold and accusing, yet he stood firm. "We will not be the next," he vowed, gripping the wheel tighter. "We carry their legacy, but we will chart a new course." The crew gathered in the dimly lit cabin, sharing stories of the past victims who had borne the helm, their voices hushed yet filled with resolve. The truth was clear. The ghost helm was no mere legend, but a harbinger of doom that had claimed many before them. As the harbinger pushed forward through the graveyard, every creak and groan of the ship echoed like a heartbeat in the silence. The night held its breath, waiting to see if this crew would succumb to the curse or defy the fates that had bound so many before. The sky churned with fury, dark clouds swirling like an angry sea above the submerged islands. The wind roaring with a voice that seemed to tear at the very fabric of the Harbinger's sails. Captain Rourke gripped the helm with white-knuckled determination, his coat flapping violently in the tempestuous gale. Rain lashed his weather-beaten face, stinging like 1,000 needles, but his gaze did not waver from the roiling horizon. Around him, the crew fought to keep the battered ship steady, shouting commands over the cacophony of wind and thunder. Myra, the ship's engineer, crouched near the engine room hatch, her hands working feverishly to reinforce the failing mechanisms that strained under the relentless assault. "These currents, they've never been this violent," she yelled, voice sharp with urgency. "The helm's curse is tightening its grip. If we don't find a way through, the Harbinger won't last the night." Rourke's eyes flickered with grim resolve. The ghost helm, resting in its guarded chamber, pulsed faintly with an otherworldly light, as if feeding off the storm's wrath. He knew that conventional navigation was no longer enough. They needed help beyond mortal skill. The very winds that threatened to tear them apart must become their allies. As the Harbinger pitched and shuddered, Rourke made his decision. Retreat was impossible. The cursed voyage must press on. He descended below deck to the ship's cabin, where the air grew thick with tension and whispered fears. The lanterns cast flickering shadows on the wood-paneled walls, and the helm itself seemed to throb with a sinister pulse. Closing his eyes, Rourke reached out with a silent plea, summoning the ancient forces that governed the airborne currents. The cabin grew icy cold, and a faint breeze stirred the curtains despite the sealed windows. Then, as if answering his summons, the wind spirits manifested, swirling eddies of shimmering blue and silver light, their forms ephemeral and shifting like smoke caught in a gale. A voice, both melodic and haunting, whispered through the room. "Why do you call mortal? The skies are no place for weakness or folly." Rourke met the spirit's gaze, or what passed for eyes in their swirling forms. "I seek passage through the tempest," he declared, voice steady though his heart raced. "My ship carries a burden, cursed and heavy. Without your aid, we will perish in the storm. Help us, and I will offer what you desire in return." The spirits twisted and danced, their whispers rising in an eerie chorus. "A pact must be forged, Captain. The skies demand balance. What will you give to sway the winds?" Rourke hesitated only briefly before answering. "I offer the promise of respect and passage through the endless currents, and a share in the fate of the Helm's curse." His words hung in the air, weighty and irrevocable. The cabin filled with a sudden gust of wind, swirling papers and extinguishing candles. The spirits' forms glowed brighter, their voices melding into a solemn chant. "So be it. The winds shall carry you through the perilous paths, but beware, the bond you forge tightens the helm's hold." Emerging back onto the deck, Rourke found the sky transformed. The violent gale had softened to a gentle breeze, the dark clouds parting to reveal glimpses of starlight. The Harbinger glided smoothly through the once turbulent currents, the air alive with a strange, almost sacred calm. Yet beneath the relief, a chilling sense of foreboding settled over the crew. Mira approached Rourke quietly, her brow furrowed. "Captain, something's wrong. The ship vibrates differently, and the helm, it hums with a deeper power. This pact is a double-edged sword." Rourke nodded grimly, feeling the weight of the bargain. The winds now carried them safely, but at a cost not yet fully revealed. As the Harbinger sailed onward, the shadows of the curse crept ever closer, and the true price of their alliance awaited in the skies ahead. The night deepened, and somewhere beyond the horizon, the elemental forces watched, patient and unyielding. The pact was made, but the story of the ghost helm was far from over. And as the Harbinger cut through the calm air, a faint whisper echoed on the Windan omen, and a promise that the skies held secrets darker than any storm could unleash. The morning light crept slowly over the horizon, spilling gold and pale pink hues across the endless expanse of airborne currents that cradled the skyship Harbinger. The ship's timbers creaked softly as the gentle swell of the currents shifted beneath her, a living breath holding them aloft between the submerged islands. On the upper deck, Captain Rourke stood alone, the weight of his past pressing on his broad shoulders like the heavy coat he wore. His eyes, sharp and grey, scanned the horizon with a mixture of regret and resolve. "I was a fool," he began, voice roughened by years of unspoken remorse. "The sea breaker was my command, my pride, but one reckless decision shattered it all. A storm caught me unprepared, and men died because I failed to heed the warnings." The deck beneath him groaned as if in reply, the distant cries of seabirds mingling with the whispering wind. The crew gathered nearby, drawn by his confession, their faces a mixture of sympathy and guarded judgment. Among them, Myra, the navigator, shifted uneasily, her sharp green eyes flickering with a pain she kept closely guarded. Later, in the cramped navigator's quarters, Myra unfolded a worn chart, edges frayed and stained from years of use. Her fingers trembled slightly as she traced the lines marking the treacherous currents they would soon face. "I was responsible," she admitted quietly, voice barely above the rustle of parchment. "A miscalculation that cost lives. The currents shifted unexpectedly, and I led the crew into danger. Since then, I've carried that guilt like a shadow." The room was dim, the flickering lantern casting long shadows on the walls, the distant thunder of the haunted sea serving as a grim reminder of the forces they defied. Her confession hung heavy in the stale air, a secret shared only with the ghosts of the past. Down below, in the engine room, Joss wiped soot and sweat from her brow, her hands steady despite the grime. The hiss of steam and clank of metal filled the space, punctuating her sharp words as she confronted the legend of the ghost helm. "I don't believe in curses," she snapped, voice edged with frustration. "Superstition has no place in the workings of this ship." "But," she paused, eyes narrowing, "I can't deny the strange things that have happened since we took on that cursed cargo." Her skepticism was a shield, a defiant stand against the growing unease that crept among the crew. Yet beneath the sharp tongue lay a heart burdened by past failures and a fierce loyalty to the Harbinger and its mission. In the shadowed cabin, Silas sat motionless, the flickering candlelight casting eerie shapes on the walls. His icy blue eyes reflected secrets as old as the submerged world itself. Finally, breaking the heavy silence, he spoke in measured tones. "The ghost helm is not merely a curse," he said, his voice a whisper carried on the cold wind that moaned through the rigging. "It is a legacy one that has bound my fate and the fate of many before us. I have seen what it can do, and I have felt its pull." His cryptic revelations unsettled the crew, stirring questions that none dared to voice aloud. The helm's dark history was no longer a distant tale, but a living force entwined with their own destinies. As the day wore on, the intertwined stories of the crew unfolded like the currents beneath them, complex, unpredictable, and deeply connected. Trust was forged in shared pain, yet the shadows of their pasts threatened to unravel fragile bonds. The ghost helm's curse was no longer a legend whispered in fear. It was a burden they all carried, binding them together in a fate neither could escape. The Harbinger sailed onward, the echoes of the past swirling around her like the mists that clung to the submerged islands. Each revelation deepened the mystery and the stakes, drawing the crew closer to the edge of a destiny shaped by curses, sacrifices, and the desperate hope for redemption. As twilight descended, casting long shadows across the deck, Rourke gazed at the helm resting ominously in the captain's quarters. The weight of history pressed down, but within him stirred a renewed determination. The journey ahead was fraught with peril, but for the first time in many moons, the captain felt the flicker of something he had thought lost forever, hope. And as the stars blinked awake in the vast, endless sky above, the Harbinger sailed onward, carrying not just a cursed artifact, but the intertwined fates of those who dared to defy it. Yet, in the quiet moments between the shifting winds and turbulent currents, one question lingered like a spectre. Could the echoes of their past truly prepare them for the darkness still to come? Or would the ghost helm claim them all in its relentless grip? The answer waited beyond the horizon, where the submerged world whispered secrets only the brave or the damned would ever know. The air had thickened without warning. One moment, the Harbinger sailed through the swirling azure currents with the hum of her engines and the creak of rigging filling the decks. The next, an unnatural stillness descended, swallowing every sound as if the very sky above had sealed its lips. Captain Rourke's sharp eyes narrowed as the sunlight dimmed behind a vast shroud of grey mist, the kind that seemed to swallow light whole. "All hands, prepare for unusual conditions." Rourke's voice cut through the eerie, quiet, steady and firm. The crew paused, the usual cacophony of a skyship's life replaced by a suffocating silence that pressed in from every direction. Lyra Venn stood on the navigation platform, her fingers trembling slightly as she scanned the instruments. The compass spun erratically, and the communication devices emitted only static. "Captain, all frequencies are dead. It's like the storms swallowed our voices," she reported, her green eyes reflecting a flicker of unease. Joran Malik, the engineer, cursed under his breath as he pounded the control panel. No power fluctuation, no mechanical failure. This silence, it's unnatural. Something's wrong with the currents themselves. Below deck, the crew gathered as whispers of fear stirred. The silence was deafening, an oppressive force that seemed to mute even the beating of their own hearts. The Harbinger drifted like a ghost ship, caught in a tempest that roared without sound. Captain Rourke paced the bridge, his jaw clenched. This isn't just a storm, it's the curse manifesting. The ghost Helm's shadow is long, and it reaches far. First Mate Dowland stepped forward, voice low but steady. "We hold together, Captain. This silence can't break us." Ira, the enigmatic passenger, watched from the shadows, her pale face serene yet inscrutable. When finally she spoke, her voice was a whisper that seemed to echo in the stillness. "The storm feeds on fear and division. Unity is your shield." The crew exchanged wary glances, the weight of her words settling among them. Rourke's gaze hardened with renewed purpose. "Then we stand as one. No fear, no doubt. Bring the Harbinger through this silence, or we perish in it." Hours stretched inside the clammy mist. The air grew cold, and spectral lights flickered at the edges of the ship, like distant lanterns swaying in an unseen breeze. Lyra's hands steadied on the controls, tracing the faintest currents beneath the quiet. Joran coordinated with the engine room, keeping the ship's heart beating despite the lack of external guidance. Voices rose in a fragile chorus, a shared determination that wove a fragile tapestry of hope. The crew's unity became a beacon against the oppressive silence, and slowly, imperceptibly, the Harbinger edged forward. Then, as suddenly as it had come, the silence broke. A gust of wind tore through the masts, and distant thunder rumbled like a returning heartbeat. The mist thinned, revealing a sky touched by the first light of dusk. Captain Rourke exhaled, the tension easing but not vanishing. "We've survived the silent tempest, but the curse grows stronger. We must be ready." Lyra nodded, her eyes meeting his with a mix of respect and renewed trust. "Together, Captain." As the Harbinger sailed onward into the uncertain skies, the crew braced for the trials yet to come. Bound by the silent storm's lesson, only unity could shield them from the curse's deepening shadow. But somewhere deep in the swirling currents, unseen eyes watched hand. The tempest was far from over. The Harbinger had become a vessel, caught not only in the treacherous airborne currents between the submerged islands, but also in the growing shadow of the ghost Helm's curse. Captain Rourke stood resolute, his hand firm on the helm as a stifling silence wrapped the ship like a shroud. The silence was unnatural, a void where sound itself seemed to be swallowed. This was no ordinary storm. It was a tempest of silence, a cruel test of the crew's mettle and the captain's regained command. The crew moved with cautious precision. Lyra Ven's fingers danced over the navigation instruments, her face pale but determined. Joran Malik's usual sharp tongue was muffled by concentration as he inspected the ship's systems. The mysterious passenger, Ira, watched from the shadows, her piercing gaze unblinking and unreadable. Communication lines went dead, compasses spun erratically, and the very air grew heavy with anticipation. The Harbinger was isolated, a lone ship adrift in a silent tempest, where the only sounds were the crew's measured breaths and the creaking timbers strained by unseen forces. Rourke's voice was the anchor in the growing unease. "Hold fast, trust in each other. We've faced worse storms and come through. This silence will break if we stand together." The crew's fears simmered beneath the surface, but Rourke's unwavering presence steeled their resolve. as the spectral lights flickered and the weight of the curse pressed closer. The harbinger pressed onward, borne by the fragile thread of unity and the captain's hard-won command. The silent tempest was not merely a storm, it was a crucible, and the harbinger and her crew would either emerge stronger or be consumed by the curse that haunted their skies. The chapter closes with the ship emerging from the silent storm, battered but unbroken, as the crew prepares to face the next shadow looming on their path. The curse's grip tightens, but so does their unity, setting the stage for the trials yet to come. The dense mist clung to the hull of the harbinger as it drifted closer to the island's jagged shore, a spectral veil muffling the creak of wood and the whisper of canvas. Captain Rourke stood at the prow, eyes narrowed against the damp chill that clung to the air like a shroud. The island lay before them, a silhouette of twisted trees and cragged rock, its shores swallowed by an unnatural fog that seemed alive with murmurs. "This place," Rourke muttered, "is no ordinary refuge. I can feel it in the bones of the air." Lyra, standing beside him, with a map clenched in one hand and her keen gaze scanning the horizon, nodded grimly. "The currents around this isle are erratic-like. The island itself resists our presence. Yet, it's the closest haven we have. We need answers, and if the Helm's curse is tied to these waters, this might be where the truth waits." The crew busied themselves with preparations as the harbinger's anchor bit into the soil beneath the shifting mists. Marek tightened his grip on a wrench, his jaw set as he watched the swirling fog with distrust. Celine, enigmatic as ever, paced near the ship's rail, her dark robes fluttering in the chill wind, eyes reflecting the restless shadows. Stepping onto the island was like crossing into another realm. The mist coiled around their ankles, thick and whispering, voices teasing the edges of hearing half-formed words, sighs of ancient sorrow. The trees loomed overhead, gnarled limbs twisting like arthritic fingers, their leaves rustling in a soundless breeze. It was a place where silence spoke louder than shouts. "Stay close," Rourke commanded, his voice low. "We don't know what spirits linger here." They moved cautiously through the underbrush, the ground soft beneath their boots, muffled by moss and fallen leaves. Lyra's eyes caught a glimmerous stone monolith rising from the earth, covered in ancient runes that pulsed faintly with an otherworldly light. Lanterns were raised, their flames flickering against the carved symbols. Rourke stepped forward, tracing the runes with a gloved finger. "These markings, they tell a story." Lyra leaned in, her fingers deftly tracing the patterns, murmuring translations learned from old texts. An ancient pact made between the submerged rulers and a power bound to the Helm. The curse is no accident, it's a chain forged long ago to control the skies and seas. A hush fell over the group as the weight of the revelation settled. The Helm was not merely a cursed artifact, but a linchpin in a centuries-old scheme crafted to bind and dominate. The implications rippled through their minds, stirring doubts and fears. Merrick's sharp voice broke the silence as he confronted Celine, suspicion flaring in his eyes. "You knew more about this place than you've let on. What are you hiding?" Selena's gaze met his with a cold, unreadable expression. "I carry my own chains, engineer. The Helm's curse touches all who sail these skies, whether they know it or not. Trust is a scarce commodity here." Tempers flared briefly before reason tempered the discord. They set up camp beneath the twisted canopy, the firelight casting long, flickering shadows that seemed to dance with the whispered voices carried on the wind. The island's secrets pressed close, threading through the night air and settling into their bones. Rourke stared into the flames, the faces of his crew reflecting in the wavering light. Each bore scars, some visible, others etched deep within. The path ahead promised no mercy, but turning back was no longer an option. The Island of Whispers had spoken, and with it, the Helm's dark legacy grew clearer. Redemption awaited on a knife's edge, sharpened by the truths unearthed beneath the haunted boughs. As the whispers swelled around them, rising into a swell of sound that was almost a voice, Rourke clenched his fists. "We carry more than a cursed helm," he thought. "We carry the weight of a world's forgotten sins, and we must see this through, or be lost to the silence forever." The night deepened, and with it, the island's secrets stirred. Somewhere beyond the mist, something watched, waiting. The journey was far from over, and the shadows that clung to the ghost helm would challenge them all. But for now, the crew of the Harbinger was bound together by whispered truths and unspoken fears, ready to face whatever dawn might bring or what darkness might claim them first. As the fire's glow flickered low, a sudden, distant echo of voice rose on the wind, carrying a warning that chilled Rourke's blood and set his heart racing. The island was alive with more than memories. It was a sentinel of secrets, and the next revelation was only moments away. The sky above the submerged world darkened swiftly, as if the very heavens were closing in on the Harbinger. Captain Rourke stood at the helm, his gaze sharp and unyielding, watching the churning maelstrom of airborne currents that twisted like serpents between the submerged islands. The air grew heavy with the scent of ozone and salt, a harbinger of the violent storm brewing ahead. "Hold steady," Rourke commanded, his voice cutting through the rising wind. Beside him, Myra's fingers flew over the navigation instruments, her brows furrowed in concentration. The young navigator's past haunted her still, the memory of a failed course that had cost lives. But now she channeled every ounce of her skill into steering the Harbinger through the perilous sky. "Captain, the currents ahead are unlike anything I've charted," Myra warned, her voice tense. "They twist and turn unpredictably, like the sea itself is alive, angry." Rourke nodded grimly. "Then we'll navigate them as best we can. The helm must reach its destination." Below deck, Gideon was wrestling with the ship's aging machinery. The Harbinger groaned under the strain, the engine sputtering as if protesting the cruel winds. Sparks flew from the engine room's grates, and the sharp clang of metal echoed through the ship's frame. "Blast this cursed weather," Gideon muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. "These currents are tearing us apart." A sudden lurch sent the ship tilting dangerously, the wooden deck creaking ominously. Crew members scrambled to secure riggings and brace themselves. The ghost helm, secured in the captain's quarters, seemed to hum faintly, its dark energy weaving into the storm's fury. On the deck, Eli's stood near the prow, eyes closed as the wind whipped their silver hair. A serene smile touched their lips, as if they heard secrets whispered on the gale. Their presence was an enigma to the crew, neither fully trusted nor understood, yet undeniably vital to the voyage. Eli's Rourke called over the roar of the wind. "What do you sense?" The passenger's eyes opened, glowing faintly amber. "The currents are restless, stirred by forces beyond mere weather. The helm's curse awakens them." A shiver ran through the crew. The supernatural weight of their cargo was no longer a mere tale. It was a palpable force twisting the very air around them. Myra's voice broke through the tension. "Captain, if we don't adjust our course now, the vortex ahead will tear us apart." Rourke's fingers tightened on the wheel. "Do it." The Harbinger veered sharply, battling the violent gusts. The ship shuddered, the sails straining as the crew fought to keep her aloft. Mira's keen eye caught a sudden shift, a hidden current beneath the main flow, a narrow path weaving through the chaos. "This way," she shouted, pointing towards a slender gap in the storm. Trusting her instinct, Rourke adjusted the sails, and the ship dove gracefully into the narrow passage. The roar of the storm faded slightly, replaced by an eerie silence that pressed against the crew's nerves. In the quiet, whispers seemed to curl round the ship, voices half heard on the wind. The ghost helm's influence thickened, seeping into the minds of those aboard, stirring fears and doubts. "Steady, everyone," Rourke urged. "Focus on the task. We've come too far to falter now." Gideon emerged from the engine room, face smudged with soot but eyes bright. "Engines holding, for now. But that curse's grip is getting stronger." Eli's nodded solemnly. "The currents feed on fear. We must not give them more." The crew, united by necessity, worked in synchrony. Rourke's leadership, Mira's navigation, Gideon's engineering, and Ellis's mysterious insight combined to keep the Harbinger sailing through the deadly currents. Yet beneath their efforts lurked a growing tension. The curse was no longer just a legend. It was a shadow that threatened to unravel them all. As the Harbinger emerged from the storm's heart, battered but unbroken, Rourke allowed himself a fleeting glance at the cursed helm locked away below. The journey had only just begun, and the true test of their resolve was yet to come. "What lies ahead?" Rourke murmured. "Only the winds can tell." But the winds whispered of darker days, and the crew's fragile trust was a candle flickering in an unforgiving gale. The dim glow of twilight bled through the portholes of the Harbinger, casting long shadows across the worn wood of the captain's quarters. Captain Rourke sat heavily in his chair, eyes locked onto the ghost helm resting ominously upon its pedestal. The artifact pulsed with a faint, unnatural light that seemed to breathe in the silence, its surface shifting like liquid shadow. Tendrils of darkness crept from its edges, stretching and curling across the floorboards like smoky fingers reaching for something unseen. Rourke's jaw tightened as the shadows danced in the flickering candlelight. He could feel the weight of the cursed helm pressing not just upon the ship, but into the very souls of his crew. The legends had spoken of this, how the helm's curse was not merely misfortune, but a living entity that fed on fear and suspicion. He rubbed a hand over his stubbled chin, trying to steel himself against the gnawing dread that settled like fog in his chest. "Captain," a voice whispered at the door. It was Elara, her silhouette outlined by the faint corridor light. She stepped inside, eyes sharp and wary, her expression tight with unease. "The crew is restless. Shadows have been seen moving in the lower decks. Marek says it's nonsense, but I heard voices whispers that no one else seems to catch." Rourke gestured to the helm. "It's more than nonsense. The helm's curse is waking. We need to keep the crew united, or this ship will tear itself apart before we reach the island." Elara's eyes flicked toward the helm and then back to Rourke. "Do you think the curse is real, or is it just fear playing tricks on us?" Before Rourke could answer, the door banged open again, and Marek stormed in, his face flushed with frustration. "Fear. It's superstition. This cursed trinket is nothing but old sailors' tales. We have real problems, mechanical failures, dwindling supplies. We can't afford to waste time chasing shadows." Tension crackled between the three like static electricity. Marek's skepticism clashed with Elaros' unease, and Rourke found himself caught between the two. The helm pulsed again, darker shadows writhing across its surface. That night, as the Harbinger sailed through the starless sky, shadows crept along the corridors below deck. Whispered voices teased the edges of hearing, slipping between conversations and stirring unease. Elara patrolled the halls, her hand never far from the dagger at her waist. She caught Marek in a dim passage, his eyes darting nervously. "You don't believe me, do you?" she demanded, voice low. "I believe we're all tired," Marek snapped back. "Tired of this cursed voyage and your tales of ghosts and curses." Their argument was cut short by a sudden chill that swept the corridor, and both froze as a shadow flickered past a shape too quick and insubstantial to grasp. Marek's face paled. "Fine," he muttered. "Maybe there's something here, but it won't break me." Meanwhile, Silas, the mysterious passenger who had spoken little since boarding, vanished from his cabin under cover of a swirling mist that seemed to seep from the helm itself. The crew whispered in hushed tones about his strange comings and goings, suspicion growing like wild ivy around his shadowy figure. On the deck, under the oppressive darkness of the clouded sky, Rourke found Silas standing alone, his face obscured. "Why do you hide in shadows?" Rourke asked, voice steady but edged with frustration. Silas smiled faintly, eyes gleaming. "Because the shadows are where the truth resides, Captain. The helm calls to me as it does to all, but my path is my own." A sudden gust rattled the rigging, and Silas vanished into the night, leaving Rourke with more questions than answers. Back below, the crew gathered in the mess hall, voices rising in heated debate. Accusations flew who was sabotaging the ship, who was under the helm's sway. The shadows seemed to pulse with malevolent life, pressing against the walls as if listening. Fear twisted every word, every glance exchanged. "We can't trust each other," Elara said, voice trembling. "The helm's curse is breaking us." Rourke slammed a fist on the table, commanding silence. "Enough. This ship is our home, and we survive by standing together. The curse wants us divided. We will not give it that victory." But even as he spoke, a creeping doubt settled in his heart. The helm's shadow had taken root not just on the ship, but in the minds and hearts of those aboard. The question gnawed at him. Could he hold the crew together long enough to see this through? Or would the ghost helm doom them all? The Harbinger sailed onward into the night, its fate entwined with the shadows that now haunted every corner, every soul aboard. The Harbinger sailed quietly above the submerged ruins, the water beneath the ship ablaze with a ghostly luminescence. The sunken city stretched out in a sprawling tableau of coral-covered spires and collapsed domes, each structure shimmering faintly as bioluminescent flora clung to the ancient stones. The crew gathered at the railings, their faces pale in the eerie blue-green glow, eyes wide with a mixture of reverence and dread. Captain Rourke stood among them, the weight of his past failures pressing heavily on his shoulders, yet his gaze was steady as it traced the outlines of the drowned metropolis. "What is this place?" murmured one of the deckhands, his voice barely carrying over the gentle creak of the ship's timbers. Mira stepped forward, her fingers brushing the worn leather of her satchel as she unfolded a set of ancient charts. "This is the lost city of Eloria," she said quietly, her voice laced with both awe and caution. "Once the heart of the submerged world, its people were said to control the celestial currents and maintain balance between sea and sky, but their pride led to ruin." Rourke's eyes narrowed, and the ghost helm, Miros, gaze flickered to the helm, secured in the captain's quarters below deck. Legends say it belonged to Eloria's final captain, an artifact bound by a pact with the elemental forces. It was meant to protect the city's secrets, but the price was a curse that doomed any ship carrying it. Below deck, Elric worked silently, the soft hum of tools and the faint scent of oil filling the cramped space. He held a small, strange artifact retrieved from the city's depths, its surface alive with subtle pulses of light. His fingers traced the intricate carvings, and a sudden chill ran through him. The artifact thrummed with a malevolent energy, tangible and oppressive. "This isn't just superstition," he muttered, glancing toward the helm locked away in the cabinet. "There's something here, something alive in the curse." Up on deck, the mysterious passengers stood at the ship's prow, their eyes fixed on the horizon beyond the glowing city. Their voice, low and resonant, carried a weight that silenced the surrounding chatter. "The pact was forged in desperation," they intoned, "to guard knowledge that could unravel the balance of our world. The curse is a chain, binding the helm and its bearer to an eternal vigil. To carry it is to accept a burden far greater than death." Rourke stepped forward, his voice steady despite the unease tightening his chest. "Then what choice do we have? If this curse is a chain, how do we break it? And what happens if we fail?" The passenger's eyes met his, inscrutable as the depths below. "That is the question that will decide your fate." As night deepened, the harbinger drifted slowly over the city, the glowing ruins casting long shadows that danced across the water's surface. The knowledge gained here was a double-edged sword, a beacon of hope and a harbinger of doom. The crew retreated into their quarters, minds heavy with the revelations, each haunted by the shadows of the past and the uncertain path ahead. Captain Rourke stood alone on the deck, staring into the depths. The last light of the sunken city flickered beneath him, a fragile glow in an endless sea of darkness. The curse of the Ghost Helm was no mere legend, it was a living force, entwined with the fate of the submerged world and all who dared to challenge its secrets. And as the currents whispered their ancient songs, Rourke knew the true test was only just beginning. The wind stirred, carrying with it the faintest echo of a warning, one he could neither ignore nor escape. The harbinger pressed onward into the unknown. The skies above the submerged world roared with the tumult of warships locked in deadly embrace, the swirling aerial currents bending and twisting the very fabric of the battle. Captain Rourke stood at the helm of the harbinger, his eyes narrowed against the biting wind that whipped through the rigging and tore at his dark coat. His face, weathered and scarred by battles past, betrayed none of the inner turmoil that churned beneath his calm exterior. Today, he was no longer the disgraced commander, shunned by the airborne sailing community. Today, he was a man fighting for redemption, for honor, and for the very fate of the Ghost Helm that lay buried deep within his ship's hold. Across the swirling currents, a silhouette emerged from the hazeless sleek, black hull of Captain Varek's skyship, the Nightshade. Its silver buckles glinted ominously in the pale sunlight that filtered through the clouds. And from the deck, the rival captain's cruel smile was unmistakable. Varek was a man who thrived on conquest, his cold, calculating eyes fixed on the prize that had eluded him for too long, the Ghost Helm. Rumors whispered of the helm's curse, but to Varek it was simply another trophy to cement his dominance over the skies. The harbinger groaned as the wind caught its tattered sails, the ship's battered frame protesting the strain. First Mate Alara moved swiftly across the deck, her fiery red hair a stark contrast against the steel-grey sky. Her voice rang out, sharp and commanding, "Prepare for engagement. All hands brace for impact." Engineer Mags appeared at her post, grease-stained hands ready to tend to the engines and make quick repairs as the battle unfolded. Her skepticism about the helm's curse had not wavered, but now, faced with the reality of the duel, her focus was absolute. The two ships circled each other warily, the currents tugging at their hulls, as if the very air sought to tip the balance. Cannon fire erupted suddenly, a deafening roar that shattered the tense silence and sent splinters flying. Rourke's hands tightened on the wheel as he barked orders, evasive maneuvers, steady the sails, return fire. The dance of death continued, each captain testing the other's skill, searching for an opening. Varric's shots were precise, cutting through rigging and tearing into the Harbinger's hull. But Rourke's experience and intimate knowledge of the aerial currents gave him an edge. With a deft tilt of the wheel and a shout to the crew, the Harbinger dipped into a sudden dive, the wind screaming in protest as the ship lurched. Ilara's sharp voice cut through the chaos. "Now, Captain, fire the starboard cannons." The salvo lit the sky, the cannonballs striking the nightshade with devastating effect. Varric snarled, his ship shuddering as it lost altitude, but he was not defeated yet. With a grim smile, he veered toward the Harbinger for a final, desperate ram. Rourke met the charge head-on, their ships colliding with a shudder that reverberated through the bones of every man and woman aboard. Splinters flew, metal groaned, and amidst the swirling smoke and flying debris, the two captains locked eyes, each a mirror of defiance and determination. Minutes stretched into eternity as the battle raged on, but eventually the tide turned. The Harbinger, though battered and leaking, held firm, while the nightshade faltered, its sails torn and engines sputtering. Varric gave a final furious glare before ordering a retreat, his dark ship slipping back into the mists. Silence fell over the deck, broken only by the labored breathing of the crew and the creaking of the wounded Harbinger. Rourke remained at the helm, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the sun broke through the clouds, casting long shadows and illuminating the path ahead. "Is everyone accounted for?" he asked, voice hoarse but steady. Ilara nodded, exhaustion etched into her face. "Aye, Captain. We've taken hits, but we're still flying." Mags wiped grime from her brow, a rare smile breaking through. "Could be worse. We've got work to do, but we're not done yet." Rourke's eyes drifted downward, toward the sealed chamber where the ghost helm rested, its dark surface glinting faintly. The Victory was a small beacon of hope amid the gathering storm of curses and shadows that haunted their path. "This isn't over," he muttered to himself, the weight of the helm heavier than ever, "but we'll see this through. For the crew, for the helm, and for the honor I've lost." As the Harbinger limped forward, sailing into uncertain skies, the echoes of the duel lingered in the winter promise of battles yet to come and the relentless pursuit of redemption. Suddenly, from the crow's nest, a lookout's voice rang out, "Captain, something's approaching fast on the horizon." Rourke's gaze sharpened, heart pounding with a mixture of dread and resolve. Whatever came next, he would face it head-on. The duel had ended, but the war for the ghost helm was far from over. The aftermath of the duel hung heavily over the Harbinger. The skyship, once proud and steady, now limped through the skies, its engines sputtering and groaning beneath the strain of damage. Captain Rourke stood on the main deck, his gaze fixed on the jagged tear in the starboard hull where the rival captain's blade had struck true. The wind carried the bitter temps of burnt metal and scorched wood, and the once lively hum of the ship's engines was reduced to a weak, uneven pulse. "We won't survive another encounter like that if this keeps up," Rourke muttered, turning to Myra Talon, the ship's engineer. She was already descending the ladder to the engine room, the faint clatter of her boots against the metal grate echoing like a heartbeat in the ship's wounded core. Mira worked quickly, her hands moving with practiced precision as she examined the engine's intricate mechanisms. The damage was extensive. Fractured gears, ruptured conduits, and scorched wiring threatened to silence the Harbinger forever. Sweat beaded on her forehead, mixing with the soot that streaked her face, but her eyes burned with fierce determination. "This isn't just about fixing machines," she said quietly, almost to herself. It's about keeping us all alive." Rourke followed her down into the belly of the ship, the heat of the engine room contrasting sharply with the cool air above. The air was thick with the scent of oil and burnt copper. Sparks flew as Myra replaced a fractured gear, her fingers deftly maneuvering the delicate components. The hum of the engines fluctuated. The ship groaned in protest, but slowly the rhythm began to stabilize. "We need more time, Jocelyn," the navigator called out nervously from the catwalk above. His pale face was drawn tight with worry. "The currents are shifting. If we don't get the engines back to full power soon, we'll be at the mercy of the haunted sea again." Mira didn't respond immediately. Concentration tightened her features as she worked to reroute power through the damaged conduits. Then, without warning, a surge of energy pulsed through the engine's core, and the familiar, steady hum returned. The Harbinger shuddered beneath their feet, steadying itself against the turbulent sky. A murmur of relief rippled through the crew gathered on the deck as the ship regained its strength. Rourke looked at Mira with a newfound respect, the hard lines of his face softening. "I owe you my thanks," he said. "You've saved us all." Myra shrugged, brushing a strand of hair from her forehead. "I'm just doing my job. But if we don't stick together now, none of us will make it much further." The silence between them was charged with unspoken understanding. Both carried burdens from their past's failures, regrets, and the heavy weight of survival. But here, in the dim glow of the engine room, a fragile bond began to form. As night fell, the sky above the Harbinger stretched wide and endless, sprinkled with stars that shimmered like distant beacons. Mira stepped out onto the deck, the cool night air washing over her soot-streaked skin. She gazed upward, her breath steadying as she wrestled with the ghosts of her past mistakes. But beneath the weight of doubt blossomed a quiet flame of resolve. The Harbinger had been wounded, but it was not broken. Neither was she. The crew settled in for the night, the ship now humming steadily beneath them, a fragile promise of hope in a world fraught with danger. Yet, the shadow of the ghost helm lingered, an ever-present reminder that the journey ahead would demand more than skill and courage. It would require sacrifice, trust, and unyielding determination. Captain Rourke stood at the helm, eyes fixed on the horizon. "Tomorrow we press on," he vowed, "for the helm, for the crew, and for the chance to reclaim what we've lost." And with that, the Harbinger sailed on into the silent night, its engines strong, its crew united, and the whispered curse of the ghost helm echoing faintly on the wind. The next dawn brought with it a fragile peace. Mira moved through the ship with renewed purpose, checking and rechecking every system. The crew's skepticism had not vanished overnight, but her actions spoke louder than words. She was no longer just the sharp-tongued engineer who doubted the legends. She was the lifeblood of the Harbinger, the one who had breathed new life into their battered vessel. In the mess hall, murmurs of gratitude and grudging respect circled among the crew. Jocelyn approached Myra cautiously, his usual nervous energy tempered by relief. "I didn't think we'd make it through the night," he admitted. "You saved us." Mira allowed herself a small smile, though the weight of responsibility pressed still. "We all have a part to play," she replied, "and there's still a long way to go." As the ship glided through the shifting aerial currents, Rourke convened the crew to discuss the next phase of their mission. The duel had taken its toll, but it had also galvanized them. The rival captain's challenge was a stark reminder of the stakes involved and the enemies that awaited. "We're not just fighting for this helm," Rourke said, voice steady and commanding. "We're fighting for our lives, our honor, and the future of the submerged world." The crew listened, their faces a mixture of determination and wariness. Myra caught Rourke's eye and nodded once, a silent pledge of solidarity. But, as the harbinger sailed onward, the curse of the ghost helm whispered in the wind, a reminder that redemption would come at a price and that the true battle was far from over. The sky darkened suddenly, shadows lengthening as a distant rumble echoed through the clouds. The crew stiffened, hands moving to weapons and controls. The next challenge was approaching, and the harbinger had to be ready. Mira wiped the grime from her hands and moved toward the engine room, where the heart of the ship awaited her steady touch. The duel had tested their strength, but it was the trials ahead that would define them all. With a deep breath, she stepped inside, the hum of the engine steady beneath her feet. The night was far from over. The sky had darkened with unnatural speed, the sunlight swallowed by thick, swirling clouds that churned with an eerie luminescence. Captain Rourke stood at the helm of the harbinger, his grip tightening around the polished wood as the first gusts of the phantom gale whipped through the rigging. The air thickened with a biting chill, carrying whispers that seemed to slither through the ship's timbers. Murmurs of long-lost souls bound to the cursed ghost helm. "Hold fast," Rourke barked, voice cutting through the rising howl. Around him, the crew scrambled, their faces pale but resolute. Marek, the navigator, dashed to the starboard side, clutching his charts and sextant, eyes darting to the erratic compass, needle spinning wildly. "The currents are shifting," he shouted over the storm's roar. "This isn't any natural tempest." Alara's sharp voice rang out from below decks. "Engines are fluctuating. The surge is tearing through the turbines. If we lose power, we're dead in the air." Rourke's jaw clenched. "Keep her steady, Alara. Marek, adjust the sails to the northeast current. We need to ride this out, not fight it." The ship groaned under the strain, sails billowing like monstrous wings as the spectral gale intensified. Lightning crackled across the sky, illuminating ghostly shapes swirling in the clouds, faces twisted in silent screams, eyes hollow and accusing. The crew's breaths came in ragged gasps, hearts pounding in rhythm with the thunder's growl. In the midst of the chaos, the mysterious passengers stepped forward onto the deck, robes billowing as if alive. Their voice, low and melodic, began to chant in a tongue unknown but ancient. The crew paused momentarily, caught between fear and fascination. The wind seemed to respond, the howl softening just enough to grant a sliver of control. "What manner of sorcery is this?" Alara muttered, eyes wide as she wiped sweat and grime from her brow. Rourke didn't answer aloud. Instead, he focused every ounce of his will on the helm, feeling the cursed artifacts pulled beneath the deck. The ghost helm's dark influence was stronger than ever, feeding the storm, yet here was a glimmer of resistance. Together, the crew worked in concert. Marek recalibrated their course to glide with the aerial currents rather than against them. Ilara stabilized the engines, her hands steady despite the chaos, and the passengers' chant grew louder, weaving a fragile shield against the gale's rage. Hours stretched like eons as the harbinger danced on the edge of destruction. Ropes snapped, sails tore, and the deck slickened with rain and sweat, but the ship held. Slowly, the storm began to wane, the ghostly faces fading into the mist, the oppressive weight on the crew's spirits lifting. As dawn broke, pale and trembling, Captain Rourke surveyed the battered but unbroken vessel. His crew gathered around him, exhausted but alive, their eyes reflecting a shared understanding they had faced the phantom gale and survived. But the curse's shadow loomed larger than ever. "This storm was no mere weather," Rourke said quietly, voice hoarse but resolute. "It is a warning and a test. We will need to be stronger, smarter, and more united than ever if we are to deliver the ghost helm and survive the skies ahead. Ilara nodded, wiping grime from her face. We've tasted the curse's fury. Now we know what we're up against. Marek glanced toward the horizon, where the sky slowly cleared to a fragile blue. And whatever comes next, we'll face it together. The mysterious passenger's eyes gleamed beneath their hood, a faint smile playing on their lips. The winds are restless, but so are we. As the Harbinger surged forward, battered but unyielding, the crew prepared for the battles yet to come. The phantom gale had tested their metal land, unveiled new secrets of the cursed helm that would shape their journey into the unknown. The ship creaked and groaned, sails fluttering like the wings of a wounded bird, but the course was set. Beyond the haunted sea, beyond the spectral storms, lay their destiny, and Captain Rourke, once disgraced, now stood ready to claim it. Yet, in the swirling skies, shadows moved, whispers of darker forces gathering strength. The phantom gale was but a prelude, a harbinger of storms yet to come. The harbinger sailed on into the heart of the curse. The sea's surface shimmered like molten glass beneath the pale morning sun. The floating island's shadow casting a cool veil over the harbinger as it drifted lazily in the calm aerial currents. Captain Rourke stood at the bow, eyes narrowed against the bright light, the weight of the helm's curse pressing heavily upon his shoulders. The crew had agreed, with a mixture of reluctance and grim determination, to explore beneath the waves near the island. It was their only hope of uncovering the helm's true nature and perhaps a way to end the doom that clung to it. "Prepare the diving gear," Rourke ordered, his voice steady despite the knot of anxiety tightening in his gut. Ela, the engineer, nodded sharply, already moving toward the storage hold where the cumbersome breathing apparatus lay packed. Marin, the navigator, stood nearby, clutching his compass, eyes flickering with a restless energy, while Eli's, the mysterious passenger, remained cloaked in their shimmering fabric, their silver eyes reflecting the ocean's depths. The team gathered on the deck, tension humming in the salty air. Rourke handed out the breathing masks and secured the weights to their belts. "Stay close. We don't know what lies beneath," he warned, his gaze settling on each member. "And be ready for anything." One by one, they slipped over the side, the cold embrace of the submerged world swallowing them. The underwater currents were gentle here, but the light fractured into dancing beams that revealed a haunting vista. Scattered ruins of what once must have been a thriving settlement, now claimed by the sea and time. Barnacle-encrusted pillars jutted from the seabed, their surfaces etched with indecipherable glyphs and faded murals. Fish and curious sea creatures darted through the wreckage, their scales glinting like jewels. Isla moved with practiced ease, brushing away sediment from a moss-covered tablet. "Look at this," she murmured, holding the tablet close to Eli's. The cryptic symbols seemed to pulse faintly beneath their touch. "It's old, older than any record we've seen." Ellis's voice was low but clear, translating with fluid precision. "The ghost helm binds the bearer to a cycle of ruin and despair. Only through the sacred rite beneath the rising sun can the curse be broken. But those who seek this path must first face the guardians of the deep." A shiver ran through the group. The prophecy was as chilling as it was hopeful. Rourke's mind raced. The cursed helm, the doomed ships, the spectral legends they had heard whispered among the islands. Here, in these forgotten relics, lay a sliver of salvation. Suddenly, the water around them darkened. Shadows swirled like smoke, coalescing into ghostly forms that drifted with unnatural grace. The spectral guardians of the ruins had awoken, their hollow eyes fixed upon the intruders. Back, Rourke shouted as the shapes closed in, the water vibrating with an eerie hum. The crew swam desperately, their lungs burning as they fought against the pull of the currents and the ominous presence closing in, bursting through the surface, gasping and drenched. They hauled themselves aboard the Harbinger, hearts pounding and spirits shaken. Yet beneath the fear, a fire of determination burned brighter than ever. The ancient knowledge was theirs now, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. That night, in the ship's cramped quarters, Rourke spread the tablet and other relics on the weathered table, tracing the symbols with a calloused finger. Illa and Merrin bent close, eager to understand. Eli's watched, their silver eyes reflecting the flickering lantern light. "We have a chance," Rourke said quietly, voice thick with resolve. "A way to break the curse. But it won't be easy." Outside, the haunted sea whispered against the hull, its secrets far from fully revealed. The Harbinger carried its burden onward, into the depths of the submerged world, and toward a fate that only the bravest could dare to challenge. But as the crew prepared for what lay ahead, none could shake the lingering question: would the ritual be enough to save them, or was the ghost Helm's doom inevitable? The answer, like the depths beneath the waves, remained shrouded in mystery, waiting to rise with the next dawn. The cabin of the Harbinger was cloaked in shadows, pierced only by the flickering light of a single oil lamp swinging gently with the ship's steady rhythm. Captain Rourke stood rigid, his sharp grey eyes locked onto the figure seated across from him, Lyra, the mysterious passenger who had thus far maintained an inscrutable silence. Her presence a constant enigma aboard the weathered skyship. Tonight, however, the air was thick with unspoken truths, and the weight of secrecy was about to unravel. Lyra's fingers tightened around the edge of the wooden table, knuckles whitening as she slowly pulled back the dark hood that had concealed her face. The light caught the striking emerald of her eyes, vibrant, almost luminescent in the dim glow. A hush fell over the small gathering as the crew, summoned by Rourke's summons, filed in silently, drawn by the gravity of the moment. "I have carried this secret for too long," Lyra began, her voice steady but layered with an undercurrent of sorrow. "I am the last descendant of the original keepers of the ghost Helm." A ripple of astonished murmurs swept through the room. Joran, the navigator, blinked rapidly, disbelief etched across his sun-baked face. Mara, the engineer, folded her arms, her usual sharp tongue silenced by the weight of the revelation. "The helm you carry," Lyra continued, "is not merely a cursed artifact. It is a vessel of power, bound by our ancestors to contain a malevolent force that could unravel the skies themselves. The curse is real, and it is far more dangerous than any of you imagined." Rourke's mind raced. The tales he had heard, the whispered legends, the eerie occurrences aboard the Harbinger, all suddenly coalesced into a chilling certainty. This was no ordinary cargo. It was a legacy of doom and duty intertwined. "Why reveal this now?" Rourke asked, his voice low but firm, the captain in him wrestling with the flood of questions. "Because," Lyra said, her gaze unwavering, "our pursuers draw near. Those who seek to reclaim the helm for their own dark designs have tracked us through the currents. They will not stop until the helm is theirs, and all who defy them are doomed." The room's atmosphere shifted palpably. The crew exchanged glances laden with tension and fear, their earlier suspicions now underscored by urgent reality. Joran stepped forward, his voice edged with skepticism yet tinged with reluctant acceptance. "If what you say is true, then our mission changes. We're not just delivering cursed cargo, we're guardians of a fragile balance." Mara nodded in agreement, the fire of her resolve kindling anew. "Then we'll need to be smarter, faster, and more united than ever. No room for mistakes. Rourke inhaled deeply, the salty air filling his lungs as he moved to the deck. The night sky stretched endlessly above, stars shimmering like distant promises. He paced slowly, thoughts swirling like the airborne currents that carried them across the submerged world. This revelation altered everything. The helm was no longer a mere burden of doom, but a responsibility that touched the very fate of the skies. As the crew absorbed the truth, a distant rumble vibrated through the ship's timbers, a subtle yet unmistakable warning. Lyra's eyes darted to the horizon, where the dark outline of ominous ships began to take form against the starlit canvas. "They're coming," she said, voice barely above a whisper, but charged with urgency. Rourke's jaw clenched. The path ahead was fraught with peril, but retreat was not an option. He squared his shoulders and addressed his crew, the captain's authority rekindling like a flame. "We face new enemies, old curses, and our own fears. But we sail together, bound by a mission heavier than any helm. Prepare yourselves. The real journey begins now." The Harbinger shuddered as the distant threat closed in, and the crew braced themselves against the storm of secrets, shadows, and the relentless pursuit that would test their resolve to its breaking point. The mystery of the helm had been unveiled, but its legacy was far from over, and the skies held their breath, waiting. The skies darkened with unnatural haste as the Harbinger sailed deeper into the heart of the airborne currents. What had begun as an ominous gathering of clouds soon spiraled into a tempest unlike any the crew had witnessed. Captain Rourke stood at the helm, his eyes scanning the roiling heavens, every muscle taut with anticipation. The air grew thick, heavy with a scent that was neither sea nor sky, a subtle hint of decay and cold that unsettled even the most hardened sailors. "Brace yourselves." Rourke's voice cut through the growing roar of wind, sharp as a whip crack. The crew scrambled, their movements practiced yet frantic. The sails strained against the howling gale, and the wooden frame of the Harbinger groaned in protest as the ship pitched wildly. Mira, the ship's engineer, darted between the engine room and the main deck, her soot-streaked hands steady despite the chaos. Sparks flew from the machinery as she fought to maintain the ship's power, the rhythmic pounding of the engines juxtaposed against the erratic, eerie crackle of unnatural lightning overhead. Felix, the navigator, clung to the rigging, his pale face ghostly in the intermittent flashes of light. His eyes darted anxiously across the shifting currents, searching for a safe passage that seemed to vanish with every gust. The storm's fury was not solely natural. Shapes began to form within the swirling shadows, spectral figures that flickered like fragmented memories. The mysterious passenger, Alaric, stood near the bow, his dark cloak whipping about him. His face remained obscured beneath his hood, but his presence exuded a calm that contrasted sharply with the mounting dread around him. He murmured words lost to the wind, incantations perhaps, as the ghostly wraiths closed in. Suddenly, the first wraith descended, a flickering apparition with hollow eyes that seemed to pierce the very soul. It reached out with ethereal fingers, brushing the rigging and sending a chill that cut deeper than the biting wind. The crew gasped and shrank away, but Rourke met the creature's gaze without faltering. "Hold the line," he commanded, drawing his cutlass with a steady hand. The crew rallied, brandishing weapons imbued with charms and steel alike, striking at the intangible foes that swirled like smoke around them. Each blow met resistance, as if the very air resisted their efforts, but the wraiths recoiled, shrieking in voices like the echoes of drowned souls. Below deck, Myra's hands worked feverishly to stabilize the engines. The machinery trembled, threatening to fail under the strain of the storm. Her breath came in ragged gasps, soot and sweat mingling on her brow. Sparks erupted, and with a cry, she slammed a wrench onto a valve, coaxing the engines back to life. The Harbinger lurched violently as a gust tore through the sails, nearly capsizing the ship. Rourke steadied himself, eyes burning with resolve. "Steady. We fight for every inch of this sky." Felix shouted coordinates, guiding the crew through the shifting currents as the wraiths pressed their assault. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and salt. The sound a cacophony of creaking wood, howling wind, and spectral whispers that seemed to seep into the very marrow of the living. Hours passed in a blur of relentless struggle. The storm showed no mercy, and the wraiths seemed inexhaustible, their mournful cries echoing the doomed fate foretold by the ghost Helm. Yet the crew held fast, united in defiance against the encroaching darkness. As dawn threatened the horizon, the storm began to abate, the spectral figures dissolving like mist under the waking sun. The Harbinger, battered but unbroken, floated amidst the dissipating clouds. Captain Rourke surveyed his weary crew, pride and exhaustion etched into every face. "We've survived the storm," he said, voice low but fierce. "But this is no ordinary tempest. The curse grows stronger. We must be ready for what lies ahead." The crew exchanged solemn nods, the weight of their ordeal settling upon them like a second skin. The ghost Helm's shadow stretched long across the skies, and the journey was far from over. Yet, amid the wreckage and whispers, a fragile hope flickered. Together, they would face the gathering storms, both seen and unseen, to deliver the Helm and seek the redemption that had long eluded them. But as the Harbinger pressed onward, a chilling question lingered. What other shadows did the cursed voyage yet conceal? And with that thought hanging heavy in the dawn-lit air, the ship sailed forward into the unknown. The Harbinger drifted down through a fine veil of mist that clung to the skies like a secret, settling gently against the ragged shore of the Isle of Forgotten Souls. The island emerged from the haze slowly, as if reluctant to reveal its ancient, mournful presence. Jagged cliffs, framed by gnarled, twisted trees, stretched into the sky, their branches clawing at the clouds like skeletal hands. The air was thick with a damp chill, and a heavy silence hung over the place, broken only by the faint, sorrowful rustle of leaves and the distant, mournful call of unseen birds. Captain Rourke stood at the prow of the Harbinger, his gaze fixed on the shore. A hard knot of tension gripped his chest. This island was whispered about in the darkest corners of the submerged world's taverns, a place where the souls of the lost lingered, unable to find peace. A place where the dead whispered secrets to the living, and madness was a constant companion. "Why here?" Maeve's voice sliced through the silence, sharp and uncertain as she stepped beside him, clutching a coil of rope. Her eyes scanned the shoreline with suspicion, wary of the island's reputation and the curse they carried. "We need supplies," Rourke replied, voice low but edged with resolve, "and answers. If the Helm's curse is as old as the legends say, this island might hold the key." Silas appeared behind them, his pale face drawn tight. "The currents here are treacherous. The ghosts are said to guide ships to their doom, or worse, drag them beneath the waves." He fingered the compass pendant at his throat nervously. Ira emerged from the shadows of the deckhouse, her silver hair catching the muted light. "The souls here are restless because of what they carry, burdens, regrets, unfinished business. We must tread carefully." Her voice was barely more than a whisper, but it carried an otherworldly weight. The crew disembarked with cautious steps, the wet sand cold beneath their boots. The island around them seemed alive with whispers, voices just beyond hearing, brushing at their minds like a cold wind. The ruins of an old settlement stretched before them, crumbling stone walls and shattered wooden beams, half swallowed by creeping vines and moss. As they moved deeper into the island's heart, shadows flickered at the edge of their vision. Forms coalesced out of the mist, figures translucent and shimmering, faces twisted in sorrow and rage. The apparitions drifted silently among the ruins, their presence a heavy weight on the soul. Rourke's breath caught as a figure stepped forward, a spectral man in the faded uniform of the Seabreakers' crew, eyes hollow but accusing. The vision was a cruel reminder of the disaster that had stripped Rourke of his honor. Images of the Seabreakers' final moments played in his mind, the screaming wind, the shattered masts, the desperate cries of men lost to the haunted sea. "Captain," the ghost's voice was a hollow echo, filled with pain and reproach. Rourke's fists clenched, muscles tight with guilt. He had tried to save them all and failed. Now, here on this cursed isle, the past was not done with him. Maeve's sharp cry pulled him from his reverie. In the ship's hold, she grappled with a shadowy apparition, the cold air crackling with unseen energy. The ghost hissed accusations of betrayal and cowardice, dredging up Maeve's own fears, her mistakes that had nearly doomed the Harbinger on more than one occasion. "Get away," Maeve shouted, her voice shaking but fierce. She slammed a heavy wrench into the apparition, and it dissolved into a swirl of mist, leaving behind a lingering chill. Silas, too, was not spared. Haunted by his own failures as a navigator, he stumbled under the weight of spectral visions that threatened to lead the ship astray once more. Only Ira's calm presence and whispered incantations steadied him, weaving a fragile shield against the island's dark influence. Hours passed in a haze of terror and revelation. The crew's resolve was tested again and again, each apparition a mirror reflecting their deepest fears and regrets. The island seemed to feed on their torment, the ghost helms cursed, tightening its grip with every step. As the first light of dawn broke over the island, the oppressive darkness began to lift. The apparitions faded back into the mists, leaving the crew battered but unbroken. They gathered in the Harbinger's cabin, the silence heavy but different, a silence filled with hard-won understanding. Rourke looked around at his crew, their faces pale but determined. "We've faced what this island had to show us. The curse isn't just about death or doom. It's about what we carry inside. Our fears, our guilt, our failures. If we want to survive, we have to carry that burden together." Maeve nodded, wiping cold sweat from her brow. "We're more than ghosts. We're still alive, and we're not done yet." Outside, the morning sun pierced the mist, casting golden light over the haunted island. Yet even as hope stirred, an uneasy truth lingered in the air. The curse was far from broken, and the Isle of Forgotten Souls had marked them all. The journey ahead promised greater dangers, but for now, the Harbinger's crew had survived the island's spectral trial. Their bond was forged anew in the shadow of the Forgotten Souls. But the question remained, how long could they hold onto their sanity and each other before the Ghost Helm's curse consumed them entirely? And as the island faded behind them, swallowed once again by mist and memory, a whisper followed on the wind, a warning, or perhaps a promise, that the ghosts were never truly gone. The deck of the Harbinger was slick with the fine mist that drifted from the haunted sea below, the faint luminescence of submerged islands casting ghostly shadows on the clouds above. Ilara Ven stood hunched over the navigation table, her fingers tracing the delicate lines of aerial currents and island chains that spread like veins across the brittle parchment. The flickering lantern light danced across her pale face, revealing the tight set of her jaw and the anxious flicker in her sharp blue eyes. Around her, the ship hummed with the low creaks and groans of aged timber adjusting to the restless skies. The cursed ghost helm, secured beneath tarps in the captain's quarters, seemed to breathe with a life of its own, its malevolent aura creeping through every plank and rope of the Harbinger. Alara's mind was a tempest. Memories of past failures gnawed at her resolve. Years ago, a miscalculation of the aerial currents had led to the crash of a skyship she once navigated, a tragedy that had cost lives and haunted her ever since. That secret failure, hidden beneath layers of silence and regret, now threatened to surface with every uncertain reading she gave. Captain Rourke approached quietly, his boots muffled on the wooden deck. His keen green eyes studied the charts, then flicked to Ilaros' strained expression. "The currents don't match your calculations," he said, voice low but edged with concern. "We're drifting further away from the course. What's wrong?" Alara swallowed hard, the weight of the helm's curse pressing down on her like a suffocating fog. I don't know, Captain. The readings are off. It's as if the winds themselves are shifting without warning." Rourke's gaze sharpened, or as if someone is steering us astray. The accusation hung in the air, thick and dangerous. Ilara's heart pounded. Was the curse manipulating her mind, or was her past about to betray her in the worst way? She clenched her fists, fighting against the tide of doubt that threatened to pull her under. In the engine room below, Mira Talbot wiped grease from her hands, the rhythmic pounding of the ship's engines a harsh counterpoint to the growing unease above. Her dark eyes glinted with suspicion. She had heard whispers of Ilara's past and sensed the tension festering among the crew. Yet, her loyalty to the mission and to Rourke kept her focused, determined to keep the Harbinger flying through whatever storm they faced. Above deck, Joran Sable lingered in the shadows, his pale face unreadable beneath the hood of his cloak. He watched the unfolding drama with quiet calculation, the cursed helm's whispers seeming to echo only for him. His motives remained veiled, but his presence was an unsettling reminder that not all aboard the Harbinger were bound by the same purpose or the same fate. As the hours stretched on, the Harbinger's path curved unpredictably through the skies, the aerial currents twisting like serpents. Ilara's confidence faltered, and with every misstep, the crew's unease grew. Murmurs of the helm's dark influence spread like wildfire, the fragile trust holding the crew together threatening to shatter. Rourke found Ilara alone on the upper deck, the cold wind tugging at her hair and cloak. "Tell me the truth," he urged softly. "What are you hiding?" Tears stung her eyes as she finally confessed, voice trembling. "I caused a crash once years ago. I thought I'd buried it, but the helm, it's dredging up my fears, twisting my mind. I'm not sure I can guide us through this." Rourke's expression softened, the weight of his own failures mirrored in hers. "We all carry ghosts, Ilara, but the strength to face them, that's what makes a captain a crew. We'll find a way through this, together." Their resolve renewed, the crew worked through the night, battling both the shifting currents and the invisible chains of the curse. The Harbinger's course slowly righted, but the shadow of doubt lingered, promising that the navigator's burden was far from over. As dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, the Harbinger sailed onward, the cursed helm's silent watch, a reminder that their journey was as much a battle against themselves as it was against the haunted skies. The ghost helm lay at the center of the ship's dimly lit cabin, resting on a pedestal carved from driftwood and sea glass. Its surface shimmered with an unnatural pallor, a sickly green light that pulsed faintly, as if breathing with a life of its own. Shadows flickered across the walls, cast by the helm's eerie glow, and a low murmur seemed to emanate from it, barely audible, like voices carried on a distant wind. Captain Rourke stood before it, his eyes narrowing as he wrestled with the creeping dread settling into his bones. The last weeks had been an unrelenting storm of misfortune, but tonight felt different. The air aboard the Harbinger felt thick, as though charged with some invisible static that frayed nerves and gnawed at reason. The crew had grown restless, whispers spreading like wildfire in the close quarters. Dark visions haunted their waking hours and bled into restless dreams. Even Alara, usually the unshakable navigator, had begun to falter. In the navigation room, Alara's slender fingers trembled as she traced the flight paths on the worn charts. Outside the viewport, the airborne currents twisted and churned like living serpents, but it was the phantasmal images dancing just beyond the glass that held her gaze captive. Ghostly silhouettes of shattered skyships flickered and vanished, their spectral crews frozen in eternal torment. She swallowed hard, trying to focus, but the visions clawed at the edges of her mind, threatening to undo her. "Captain," she whispered hoarsely, "the Helm. It's showing me their fates. The lost fleets, the doomed voyagers, all marked by this curse." Rourke's jaw clenched. He had seen enough to know the Helm's malevolence was no mere superstition. It was a living curse, feeding on fear and doubt. Yet, to let the crew succumb to it was to doom them all. Meanwhile, in the engine room, a sharp exchange of words shattered the uneasy quiet. Gideon's burly frame loomed over Mira, his voice laced with bitterness and suspicion. "You're hiding something," Gideon accused, eyes blazing behind soot-streaked hands. "That Helm's not just cursed, it's a beacon for trouble. And you, what are you really after?" Myra's pale face remained inscrutable, the shadows beneath her hood deepening. "Careful where you point your blame, Gideon," she said softly. "The curse feeds on distrust." Their arguments spiraled, voices rising as the hum of the engines seemed to pulse in time with their mounting tension. Around them, the ship groaned and creaked, the wooden timbers straining against the restless currents. On deck, beneath the sky, starless and heavy with portent, Rourke gripped the helm with white-knuckled determination. The shadows at the edge of his vision flickered and danced, mocking specters conjured by the curse. He took a deep breath, his voice low but resolute. "This curse will not claim us," he declared, eyes scanning the gathered crew. "We are bound by more than fear. Trust in your shipmates, in yourselves. The ghost helm may haunt us, but it will not break us." A tense silence followed, the weight of his words settling like a fragile salve. Yet beneath the surface, the poison of paranoia had taken root. Eyes flicked side to side, silent accusations passing where words failed. The crew's unity, so vital to their survival, now hung by a thread. As the night deepened, visions grew more vivid, whispers more insistent. Dreams turned to nightmares, waking moments to suspicion. Rourke knew that the coming days would test not only their skill and courage, but the very bonds that held them together. He tightened his grip on the helm, feeling the chill seep into his bones. The curse was no longer just a legend. It was a living, breathing force, and it was closing in. "Hold fast," he murmured to himself, eyes fixed on the endless expanse of sky ahead. "We will see the dawn." But even as hope flickered, the shadows lengthened and the ghost helm's grip tightened, threatening to drag them all into darkness. The harrowing grip of the curse was only beginning. What price would they pay to break free? The answer lay hidden in the skies ahead, where trust and treachery danced in equal measure, and the true test of Captain Rourke's resolve was yet to come. The sky above the submerged world was a shifting tapestry of light and shadow as the harbinger approached the edge of the floating forest. Captain Rourke stood at the helm, his weathered hands steady despite the knot of unease tightening in his chest. Before them lay a vast expanse of tangled vines and drifting leaves, a labyrinth of airborne foliage suspended by the restless currents that wove through the submerged islands below. "We're entering the floating forest," Naveen murmured, voice low as his sharp eyes scanned the canopy ahead. "The currents here are unpredictable. We'll need to be cautious." Elara adjusted the throttle, her fingers dancing over the worn controls. Cautious or not, this ship's ready to groan under any sudden strain. "I'll keep an eye on the engines, but if those vines catch us, we're in trouble." Myra remained cloaked in shadow near the rear deck, her green eyes flickering with an unreadable expression. "The forest is alive," she said softly, her voice carrying a strange resonance. "Not just with nature, but with old magic. The ghost helm's influence seeps into these leaves and branches." Rourke's jaw tightened. The helm lay secured below deck, its ancient presence a constant weight on everyone's minds. The stories of ships lost to the helm's curse were not just superstition here. They were warnings etched into every whispered legend. As the harbinger slipped beneath the shimmering canopy, the world transformed. Leaves, pale and translucent, drifted lazily on the currents, catching the light in ethereal glows. Vines twisted around the ship's hull like living chains, swaying with an uncanny rhythm. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something faintly metallic and unsettling. "Steady," Rourke commanded, eyes narrowing. "Keep her slow, no sudden moves." The ship creaked under the strain as vines brushed and scraped against the wooden frames. Elara's voice crackled over the comms. "Engines are holding, but I'm seeing spikes in the energy readings. This forest isn't just a tangle of plant sits feeding off us." Suddenly, a low hum filled the air, resonating through the timbers and into the crew's bones. Strange luminescent spores began to drift down like spectral snowflakes, their glow casting eerie shadows on the faces of the crew. Naveen's eyes darted nervously. "These spores, they're the heralds of the forest's curse," he whispered. "If they settle, they could poison the ship's systems and minds alike." Elara cursed under her breath, wrench in hand as she rushed to the engine room. The hum grew louder, vibrating through the ship's core. The harbinger shuddered, and Rourke gripped the helm tighter. "Brace yourselves," he shouted. The vines tightened, as if reacting to the helm's malevolent aura. Spectral shapes flickered between the branches, ghostly apparitions of sailors long lost to the forest's embrace. Their whispers slithered through the air, chilling the crew to the bone. Myra stepped forward, her voice rising above the haunting chorus. "The helm's curse calls to the forest's spirits. We must resist or be consumed." Rourke nodded, signaling to Elara. "Keep those engines running. Navin, plot a course through the densest thicket. We'll punch through the heart of the forest and escape its grasp." The ship lurched as the vines snapped like whips, tearing at the sails and rigging. Crew members scrambled, shouting orders and battling the creeping menace. Elara's hands were steady, but beads of sweat traced lines down her soot-smudged face. "I've got a breach in the starboard engine," she called out urgently. "If it fails, we'll stall." Rourke's gaze hardened. "Hold her together, we're almost through." The spectral whispers crescendoed into a roar, voices pleading, cursing, warning. Naveen's hands flew over the navigation charts, eyes searching for a safe passage. There, a gap in the currents. "If we can make it through, we'll clear the forest." A fierce gust caught the harbinger, buffeting it against the swirling vines. The ship groaned and creaked, its timbers protesting the strain. Rourke barked orders, rallying the crew's resolve. Suddenly, a surge of corrupted magic pulsed from the helm below deck, sending a shockwave through the ship. Lanterns flickered, and a cold chill swept the decks. Crew members staggered, eyes wide with dread. The helm's curse is trying to tear us apart from within. Mira cried out, moving swiftly to the helm's chamber. We must contain it. Rourke took a deep breath, his mind a whirlwind of fear and determination. We won't let it win, not today. With a mighty heave, the Harbinger burst through the final thicket of vines, emerging into open sky once more. The crew collapsed in exhaustion, breaths ragged but spirits unbroken. Elara wiped her brow, her voice hoarse but triumphant. We made it. But that wasn't natural. The helm's curse is stronger than ever. Rourke looked ahead, eyes steely, and our journey is far from over. As the Harbinger sailed onward, the floating forest faded behind them, its tangled dangers a grim reminder of the perils yet to come. The ghostly whispers lingered in the air, a haunting promise that the curse would follow them to the very edge of the endless sky. Prepare for whatever lies ahead, Rourke ordered, because the ghost helm's grip tightens with every mile. The crew nodded, united in their resolve, as the Harbinger pressed forward into the unknown. And in the shadows, the cursed helm waited, its secrets far from revealed, its power far from spent. The endless sky beckoned, and the true trial was just beginning. The Harbinger drifted into the dusk-shrouded expanse, where the lost fleet lay scattered like fallen stars across the airborne sea. The spectral remnants of once proud skyships loomed through the swirling mists, their skeletal frames outlined by a faint, otherworldly glow. Captain Rourke stood at the prow, his gaze steady despite the chill that crept along his spine. Around him, the crew moved with a tense reverence, aware that they had entered a place where history's darkest whispers lingered. Elara was the first to spot the nearest wrecker-shattered vessel with torn sails fluttering silently, caught in a ghostly current. She gestured sharply, and the Harbinger eased closer, the engines humming quietly to avoid disturbing the eerie stillness. This was the windbreaker, she murmured, her voice barely above the whisper of the wind. One of the fleet that vanished with the helm years ago. Carefully, the crew lowered grappling lines and boarding planks, venturing onto the haunted decks. Wood creaked underfoot, and faded markings on the hull hinted at hurried repairs and desperate last stands. Myra's eyes narrowed as she knelt beside a broken engine, tracing the strange glowing runes etched into the metal. This isn't just mechanical failure, she said, voice tinged with disbelief. Something unnatural took hold here. Cale moved silently among the shadows, his cloak blending with the darkened timbers. From beneath a shattered cabin, he retrieved a weathered logbook, its pages brittle but legible. As Elara took the book, her hands trembled slightly. The entries detailed the fleet's final voyage, marked by escalating misfortunes, malfunctioning instruments, crew madness, and the relentless pull of the helm's curse. Each captain's last words spoke of betrayal, fear, and a doomed fate. Back aboard the Harbinger, the crew gathered to share the grim discoveries. The flickering lantern light cast long shadows as Rourke's voice cut through the silence. "We carry the same burden they did," he said solemnly. "But their mistakes need not be ours. We learn, we prepare, and we persevere." Unease rippled through the group. The curse was no longer a distant tale, but a looming spectre threatening to unravel them. Yet amid the dread, a fierce determination took root. The lost fleet's fate was a warning etched in time, a silent guardian, urging them onward with caution and courage. As night deepened, strange lights flickered across the horizon, ghostly echoes of ships long gone. The Harbinger lifted its sails, cutting through the haunted fog with renewed purpose. Rourke's eyes scanned the endless sky, aware that the path ahead was fraught with peril, but driven by a resolve as unyielding as the winds themselves. "We sail not just for survival," he declared, "but to break the cycle and forge a new legend." The crew met his gaze, their fears tempered by a shared hope. Together, they would face the curse, the shadows, and whatever storms awaited in the boundless skies. But as the Harbinger slipped away from the ghostly graveyard, a cold whisper brushed past the sails, a reminder that the past was never truly dead and that the Helm's dark legacy still clung to the winds. The sky was alive with secrets, and the journey was far from over. The first light of dawn cast a pale wash over the deck of the Harbinger, painting the worn wood in shades of silver and blue. Captain Rourke stood alone at the bow, his gaze fixed on the endless expanse of sky that stretched above the submerged world. The air was crisp, carrying the faint salt temps of the haunted sea below, and the faint hum of the ship's rigging whispered in the gentle breeze. His fingers clenched around the rail, knuckles white beneath the scars that told stories of battles won and lost, decisions made and mistakes borne. For a long moment, he stood silent, a man confronting the ghosts that had shadowed him since the accident that had stripped him of honor and rank. The weight of the ghost helm, cradled carefully below deck, seemed to pulse with a dark promise, one that could either redeem or doom them all. He inhaled deeply, the cold air filling his lungs like a bitter tonic, and made a silent vow. This journey would not end in failure. Not this time. Behind him, the creak of footsteps heralded the approach of Elara, the ship's navigator. Her amber eyes caught his, sharp and questioning. "Still brooding?" Captain G asked, her voice low but edged with concern. Rourke managed a tired smile. A captain's mind never rests, Elara, especially when the horizon hides more than just clouds. She nodded, stepping beside him, her gaze following his toward the distant sky currents. "We'll need you at your best. The crew's looking to you now more than ever." He turned, eyes meeting hers with renewed fervor. "Then I'll give them nothing less." Later, in the cramped captain's quarters, the dim glow of a flickering lantern cast long shadows on the walls, lined with maps and worn charts. The crew gathered reluctantly, their faces etched with fatigue, fear, and uncertain hope. Merrin leaned against the bulkhead, arms crossed, while Kaelin sat quietly in a corner, eyes unreadable beneath her hood. Rourke cleared his throat, the room falling silent. "I won't pretend to be the captain I once was," he began, voice steady but heavy with remorse. "The Seabreaker's fall was my fault, recklessness, yes, but also pride. I lost more than a ship that day. I lost your trust." A murmur rippled through the group, some avoiding his gaze, others meeting it with cautious attention. "But this helm," he continued, voice hardening with resolve, "this cursed thing is not just a burden, it's a chance. A chance to prove that even a broken captain can steer a course true. I ask for your faith not in me, but in what we can do together." Elara stepped forward, her voice clear. "We've faced worse. The skies don't care if we're broken or whole. They only care if we survive." Merrin cracked a rare, wry smile. "Well, if you're the captain, I'm the engineer. Let's see if this old ship still has life in her." The tension that had gripped the room slowly gave way to a fragile warmth, a tentative camaraderie forged in the shadow of the Helm's curse. As the Harbinger sailed onward, Elara's deft hands adjusted the course to navigate the turbulent airborne currents that churned like a living beast beneath them. Outside, the sky roared with the distant sound of thunder, dark clouds swirling in ominous patterns. But inside the ship, there was focus and purpose. Merrin's steady hammering and the rhythmic pulse of the engine breathed life into the weathered vessel, a mechanical heartbeat syncing with the crew's renewed spirit. In the galley, the crew shared a sparse meal, the clatter of dishes and low murmur of voices weaving a tapestry of quiet unity. The weight of the journey pressed upon them all, but so did a new hope or belief that, together, they could outrun the curse and the shadows that sought to claim them. Rourke's eyes lingered on each face, seeing not just comrades but fellow survivors, each scarred by past mistakes, yet bound by a shared purpose. The helm might be a curse, but it was also a catalyst, a crucible that would test and transform them. As the stars began to prick the twilight sky, the captain rose, stepping once more onto the deck. The wind tugged at his coat and hair, a whisper of the endless sky calling them forward. He raised his voice, steady and clear. "Set the sails, steady the course. The final leg awaits, and we will meet it head on." Together, a cheer rose from below decks, a sound that was both a promise and a defiance. The Harbinger sailed onward into the unknown, the cursed ghost helm secure, but no longer a symbol of doom. It was a beacon of resolve, a testament to a captain reborn and a crew united against the darkness. But beyond the horizon, the skies simmered with threats unseen, and the true test of their resolve was yet to come. The sky around the Harbinger darkened, the usual blue hues fading into a deep, suffocating grey that swallowed the horizon. Below, the abyss yawned like an endless maw, its depths veiled in swirling mists that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. The air grew thick with moisture, heavy and oppressive, carrying the scent of ozone and something far older, a whisper of ancient power that set nerves on edge. Captain Rourke stood firm at the helm, his knuckles white as they gripped the polished wood. The creak of the ship's timbers mingled with the relentless howl of the wind, a tempest born not from weather but from the chasm itself. Around him, the crew moved like shadows, each consumed by their own battles with fear and duty. Maeve's sharp eyes flicked between the compass and the swirling mist beyond the deck. The compass needle spun erratically, refusing to settle, as though the abyss distorted reality itself. "Captain," she called out, voice taut with tension, "the currents are shifting unpredictably. This isn't just wind, something's interfering." Rourke nodded, his jaw tightening. "Steady, we hold the course. Trust the ship and your skill." Jorik's voice cut through the chaos, gruff and commanding. "The starboard rigging's under strain. We need to secure it or we'll lose the mast to this damned wind." The engineer's hands worked swiftly, knots tied and lines pulled taut against the relentless assault. The ship groaned, wood bending under pressure, but held fast. Sweat and salt water mingled on Jorik's brow as he barked orders, defiance etched into every line of his muscular frame. Below deck, the mysterious passenger remained a silent sentinel, their shadowed face unreadable as they observed the unfolding storm. Occasionally, their eyes flickered with an uncanny glow, hinting at secrets entwined with the abyss itself. The abyss seemed to reach out with invisible tendrils, tugging at the Harbinger's very soul. Shadows danced at the edges of vision, whispers curled through the rigging like smoke. The crew felt their hearts quicken, memories of past failures and losses clawing at their resolve. "Hold fast," Rourke's voice rang out, steadying the crew. "We've faced worse and come through. This chasm will not be our grave." Minutes stretched into an eternity as the Harbinger pressed deeper into the abyss. The winds battered them, each gust a brutal force threatening to rip the ship apart. Yet, within the chaos, a strange calm settled over Rourke. The abyss was a test of strength, of will, of unity. Maeve's hands trembled slightly as she adjusted the sails, her eyes narrowing in fierce concentration. "Captain, the currents are beginning to stabilize. We're through the worst." Relief rippled through the crew, but the shadows lingered, a reminder that this was but one trial among many. Rourke allowed himself a brief glance over the rail into the swirling void below. The abyss had not claimed them today, but it whispered promises of trials yet to come. "Prepare for the next leg," Rourke ordered, voice low but resolute. "We've survived the skybound abyss, but the journey is far from over." The Harbinger sailed on, battered but unbroken, its crew tempered by the abyss's cruelty and bound tighter by shared hardship. The skies stretched infinite before them, a vast, uncharted realm where legends were born and destinies forged. And Captain Rourke, once dishonored, steeled himself to meet whatever darkness awaited in the endless sky. As the chasm's mists faded behind them, a subtle shift took hold aboard the Harbinger. Whispers ceased, shadows receded, and for a fleeting moment, hope bloomed amidst the storm. Yet, in the farthest corners of the vessel, unseen eyes watched, waiting. The abyss was patient, and its grip was far from broken. The air had turned thick with an unnatural chill, the kind that clings to the bones and whispers of forgotten terrors. Captain Rourke stood rigid at the helm of the Harbinger, his eyes narrowing as the ghost helm before him began to pulse with a spectral light. Faint at first, then growing into a furious, eerie glow that bathed the deck in ghostly hues. The sky around them, once a swirling tapestry of blues and greys, darkened unnaturally as invisible forces stirred, rippling through the airborne currents with violent intent. A sudden gust tore across the deck, howling like a banshee's wail, rattling the rigging and sending the crew scrambling for hold. The curse had awakened in its full fury. Shadows twisted and writhed in the corners of vision, and a low, almost imperceptible hum grew into a cacophony of spectral voices, their whispers seeping into the minds of every soul aboard. "Hold fast," Rourke's voice rang out, steady but charged with urgency. "This is no ordinary storm. It's the Helm itself." Ilara was already below decks, the sharp temps of burning oil and molten metal filling the cramped engine room as sparks erupted from the failing machinery. She worked with frantic efficiency, fingers flying over valves and controls, sweat mingling with the grime on her brow. "Engines won't hold much longer," she shouted up through the hatch, her voice edged with desperation. "We're losing power." Nash, clutching his sextant like a talisman, stood by the navigation rig, eyes darting between the shifting currents and the spectral storm engulfing them. His breath came quick and shallow, haunted memories flickering behind his gaze. "We're caught in a vortex of cursed winds," he muttered, voice trembling. "No chart can guide us through this madness." On deck, the crew wrestled with the rising chaos. Loose ropes whipped like serpents in the gale, and the Harbinger groaned under the strain, timbers creaking ominously. Fear gnawed at the edges of every heart, but Rourke's presence was a steady anchor. "Steady, all of you. Trust in the ship and in each other." Kaelin, the mysterious passenger whose silence until now had been an enigma, stepped forward. Their cloak billowed as they raised a hand, voice low and melodic, weaving words that seemed to shimmer in the charged air. Arcane symbols flickered faintly around their fingertips, delicate threads of power reaching out to contain the tempest unleashed by the helm. "The curse is not just a force of destruction," Kaelin intoned, "but a living shadow that feeds on despair and discord. We must hold fast to hope, or it will rend us all." Rourke met their gaze, a flicker of respect breaking through his usual guarded demeanor. Then let hope be our shield. Stand with me, all of you. As the spectral storm raged, the Harbinger pitched violently, waves of wind battering her from every side. The crew tightened their grips, voices raised in strained shouts and desperate commands. Alara's hands were blistered and raw, but she refused to relent, her mind racing for every possible fix to steady the engines. Below decks, the lights flickered, shadows dancing like wraiths along the bulkheads. A sudden jolt sent Alara sprawling, but she scrambled back to her post, cursing the curse that had turned their journey into a nightmare. "We can't let the Helm win," she growled, voice fierce with resolve. Above, Rourke moved among his crew, steadying nerves and lending strength where it faltered. The shadows clawed at his mind, whispering doubts and fears, but he fought back, remembering the promise he'd made. Redemption was not a gift, but a battle. The cursed winds screamed one final, awful cry before the arcane threads Kaelin wove began to bind the tempest, the spectral glow dimming ever so slightly. Exhaustion weighed heavy on every soul, but a fragile calm settled over the Harbinger. Yet the danger was far from over. The Helm's curse had been unleashed and survived. The crew bore fresh scars, not just on their bodies, but etched deep into their spirits. Rourke knew this was only the beginning. Somewhere beyond the storm and shadow lay the true test, and the cost of failure was unthinkable. "We endure," Rourke said, voice low and fierce. "For the Helm, for the Harbinger, and for the hope that still burns in the heart of this cursed voyage." As the skies slowly cleared, the crew braced for what lay ahead, their unity forged in the crucible of the curse's unleashed fury. The ghost helm had shown its teeth, and the Harbinger would answer in kind. The journey was far from over, and the shadows were watching. The sky had darkened in a way that felt unnatural, the clouds roiling like a living thing as the Harbinger rode the currents with a weary grace. Captain Rourke stood at the helm, eyes scanning the horizon where the last remnants of daylight bled into the approaching twilight. The cursed ghost helm lay secured below deck, its aura a constant weight upon the ship and crew alike. Suddenly, through the thick mists and swirling vapor, another silhouette emerged, massive shape cutting through the clouds, sails unfurling like dark wings against the sky. "Look sharp," Elias muttered from the navigation post, his voice tight with suspicion. "That's no merchant vessel." Rourke's jaw clenched. He had hoped for solitude, but now, fate or perhaps the curse had other plans. As the stranger vessel drew closer, the insignia became visible, a silver hawk clutching a dagger, the mark of Captain Varric, a man as notorious in the airborne seas as Rourke was disgraced. The Harbinger's crew bristled with anticipation and dread. Varric's reputation for ruthless diplomacy and brutal efficiency preceded him. When the two skyships anchored side by side in a rare calm amidst the aerial currents, Rourke and Varric met in the captain's quarters. A small, dimly lit room heavy with the scent of oil and old wood. Varric's eyes gleamed with a calculating light as he spoke. "Captain Rourke," he began, his voice low and commanding, "I hear you carry a prize worth more than all the gold in the submerged vaults. The ghost helm." Rourke met his gaze evenly, the weight of his past failures pressing down but not breaking his resolve. "And what would you have of it?" Varric smiled thinly. "I offer you aid. The skies grow darker, and enemies lurk where none expect. Together, our chances of survival and success increase greatly." Suspicion flickered in Rourke's mind, but the alternative was stark isolation. He nodded curtly. "Very well, but understand this, the Helm's curse touches all who carry it. Trust is a fragile thing. Outside, the air shifted suddenly. Shadows moved with unnatural grace, and before the crews could fully prepare, the first shots rang out. The Shadow Syndicate had found them. Gunfire and tracer bolts illuminated the sky as the combined crews scrambled to their battle stations. Myra's hands flew over the Harbinger's engine controls, pushing the ship's aged heart to the limits. Elias shouted coordinates, guiding the ship through the deadly dance of currents and enemy fire. Rourke found himself fighting not just for survival, but for the fragile alliance that might yet save them all. Varric's men fought fiercely alongside the Harbinger's crew, their combined firepower turning the tide, but the cost was high wounded men and shattered trust. When the last shadowy figure was driven off, the battered crews gathered on the deck beneath a blood-red sunset. Silence settled, heavy with exhaustion and the unspoken understanding that their journey had become more perilous than ever. Rourke looked across at Varric, the man's scarred face set in grim resolve. "We need each other," he admitted. "But the ghost Helm's shadow grows. We must be ready." Varric nodded, a rare flicker of respect crossing his features. "Together, then, for now." As the Harbinger sailed onward, the sky seemed to hold its breath, the storm of allies and enemies swirling around them. The curse was no longer just a legend, it was a living force, and the battle for its fate had only just begun. The clouds thickened, and in their depths, unseen eyes watched. The next move was theirs to make, but the question lingered. Could this fragile alliance withstand the coming tempest, or would it shatter, dooming them all? The endless sky awaited, vast and unforgiving, carrying the weight of secrets, curses, and the hope of redemption. The Harbinger sailed into the creeping embrace of the mists that clung to the jagged silhouette of the island like a shroud of whispered threats. Captain Rourke stood at the helm, his hands steady on the wheel despite the chill that ran down his spine. The island loomed ahead, an imposing fortress of rock and storm, its peaks jagged teeth tearing at the heavy clouds that rolled overhead. The air was thick with the scent of salt, damp earth, and a faint metallic temps that seemed to seep from the very soil beneath them. Around him, the crew moved with a quiet urgency, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and resolve. Alara's sharp eyes scanned the swirling mists, calculating the safest path through the aerial currents that twisted unpredictably in the island's vicinity. Her voice cut through the creaking timbers and the howl of the wind. "Captain, the currents are shifting. If we don't adjust our heading soon, the Harbinger could be torn apart against the cliffs." Rourke nodded, his gaze fixed on the hazy outline of the island's dark silhouette. "Steady as she goes," he ordered, voice low but commanding. "We've come too far to falter now." Below deck, a different kind of tension filled the air. Mara hovered over the engine room's controls, her hands flying over levers and valves as she coaxed the ship's aging mechanisms to respond. Her brow was furrowed, lips pressed into a thin line as she fought to keep the engines humming against the increasing strain of the hostile skies. "We're pushing her to the limit," she muttered, more to herself than anyone else. Nearby, Alaric stood close to the ghost helm, the cursed artifact resting atop a pedestal carved from bone-white stone. Its surface shimmered with an unnatural light, casting eerie shadows that danced across the walls like restless spirits. Alaric's fingers traced ancient symbols etched into the metal, his voice a soft murmur of forgotten tongues. The words filled the cramped room with a palpable energy that prickled at the skin and tightened the chest. "The helm guards its secrets fiercely," he whispered, "but we must unlock its power if we are to survive what lies ahead." Rourke descended the spiral staircase, his footsteps echoing on the wooden steps as he joined the group. The captain's gaze lingered on the helm, a mix of dread and determination flickering across his features. "Whatever waits for us on that island," he said, "we face it together. This cursed artifact is as much a burden as it is a beacon, but it's the key to redemption for me and for all of us." The ship trembled as a sudden gust swept through the cavernous hold, a cold wind that seemed to whisper warnings from the depths of the haunted sea. The crew exchanged uneasy glances. The cursed cargo was more than a legend. It was a living force, hungry and restless. Back on deck, First Mate Griggs stood shoulder to shoulder with Rourke, eyes scanning the horizon where dark shapes began to materialize through the mist. Shadows moved with unnatural grace, the silhouettes of winged guardians circling the island like vultures awaiting their prey. The tension snapped like a drawn bowstring. "Pirates?" Mara asked, her voice sharp as she wiped grease from her hands. "Worse," Rourke replied grimly. "The island's protectors. They don't take kindly to trespassers." The Harbinger lurched as the wind shifted violently, tossing the ship like a leaf caught in a storm. Elara barked orders, her voice rising above the roar. "Brace for impact. Adjust the sails. Hold her steady." Lightning cracked across the sky, illuminating the jagged cliffs and the ghostly figures that emerged from the mists. The eerie glow of the ghost helm seemed to pulse in tandem with the storm, as if drawing power from the tempest itself. Rourke's heart pounded with fierce resolve. "This is the final approach," he said to the crew, voice steady but urgent. "We either claim the helm's resting place, or we become part of its legend." The Harbinger surged forward, cutting through the swirling currents toward the island's heart. Around them, the skies roared with fury, and the fate of the ship and all aboard hung in the balance. As the ship neared the island, the crew braced themselves for the ultimate test. The forces guarding the helm stirred, their spectral forms weaving through the storm clouds, ready to challenge anyone who dared to claim the cursed artifact. Rourke's gaze hardened. This was more than a mission. Now it was a reckoning. "Steady, all of you," he commanded, voice ringing with the weight of command and the fire of redemption. "We've sailed through hell to get here. We're not turning back." The Harbinger plunged into the storm's eye, light and shadow dancing across its battered hull. The crew gripped the rails, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and hope. Somewhere in the heart of the island lay the ghost helm's secret aid, the final chance to break its curse. The battle for their souls, then the fate of the submerged world, was about to begin. The Harbinger drifted low through the dense canopy of swirling mists that clung like a shroud to the island of shadows. Captain Rourke stood at the helm, eyes narrowing against the oppressive darkness that pressed in from all sides. Jagged cliffs loomed like black teeth beneath a sky devoid of stars, and twisted trees arched their skeletal limbs in silent menace. The air was heavy and cold, laced with a silence so profound it seemed to absorb even the faintest whisper of the wind. Then, from that silence, came the voices, soft, mournful, and utterly unsettling. Like echoes of forgotten sorrows, carried on the breath of the island itself. "This place is no mere land, but a tomb of memories," Elias muttered, his voice barely above the whispering wind as he adjusted his grip on the sextant. Mara's gaze flickered uneasily to the shadows, dancing at the edges of that vision, shadows that seemed to twist and writhe as if alive. The crew disembarked cautiously, their footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of blackened leaves. The island's sinister atmosphere seemed to seep into their bones, each breath a struggle against an unseen weight. As they ventured deeper, the darkness grew denser. a tangible force pressing down on them, whispering fears and regrets long buried. At the heart of the island, an ancient stone circle awaited, weathered and half swallowed by creeping vines, but still radiating a potent arcane energy. As the crew gathered within its bounds, ghostly figures began to materialize from the shadows. Ethereal and flickering, their forms bore the unmistakable marks of sorrow and rage. The spirits' lamenting voices wove a haunting chorus that wrapped around the crew, binding their senses in a web of dread. Captain Rourke met the gaze of the largest apparitioner, towering wraith whose eyes burned with a sorrow that mirrored his own. In that moment, the island's shadows coalesced into a spectral tableau of his past failures. The catastrophic accident that had shattered his command, the faces of comrades lost, and the crushing burden of dishonor. His breath hitched as despair clawed at his resolve, but somewhere deep within, a stubborn flame flickered. "I will not be broken here," he vowed silently. Mara stepped forward, her voice steady despite the chill that gnawed at her skin. "We carry the Helm to end this curse, to free those trapped in its shadow. We will not falter." Together, the crew began the ritual Celine had deciphered from the island's ancient runes, an intricate blend of island magic and the Helm's own dark power. They chanted words older than memory, their voices weaving a tapestry of light against the consuming darkness. The spirits writhed and howled, battling to maintain their hold. But the crew's unity forged a shield stronger than fear. Under the blood-red moon's eerie glow, the shadows began to retreat, dissolving into the night air like mist at dawn. A shaft of pure light pierced the gloom, illuminating a hidden chamber nestled beneath the stone circle. Within lay the Helm, its cursed aura diminished but still palpable. Exhausted but unbowed, they retrieved the Helm, aware that the island had exacted a toll, wounds, unseen but deeply felt, fractures in trust and heart. Yet as they boarded the Harbinger, the oppressive weight had lifted just enough to kindle a fragile hope. The island's shadows no longer bound them, but the journey was far from over. Rourke's eyes scanned the horizon, a steely determination settling over his features. "We have faced the darkness here and lived. The Helm's secret is ours to bear. Now we sail onward toward the redemption we seek, or the doom that awaits." The mists parted reluctantly as the Harbinger lifted into the night sky, the island fading into a silhouette of shadows behind them. The crew clung to the fragile promise of dawn, each heartbeat a defiant claim against the encroaching night. The island of shadows had tested their souls, but it had not broken them. And as the Helm's curse pulsed faintly in the hold, a new chapter of their perilous voyage began, one where trust, courage, and sacrifice would be their only guides through the endless sky. Yet, in the whispering winds that followed them, a lingering question remained. Had they truly broken the island's curse, or merely awakened something far older and darker still? The shadows watched, waiting. The night sky churned with tempestuous fury, the churning clouds casting ominous shadows over the Harbinger's battered hull. Thunder roared like the wrath of the haunted sea below, each crack splitting the air as lightning illuminated the sky in jagged bursts. The crew scrambled, their faces pale yet resolute, as the ship groaned under the assault of the supernatural storm that sought to claim them. "Hold fast, men." Captain Rourke's voice cut through the chaos, firm and commanding despite the tremble in his voice. His eyes, sharp and unyielding, scanned the deck where sails strained against the violent winds. "The Helm's fate depends on us." But the Harbinger was faltering. A sudden lurch threw several crew members off balance, and the ship's heart, the engine room echoed with an eerie screech. Smoke billowed upward in thick plumes, choking the air with its acrid sting. Engine core breach. Mira's voice crackled over the comms, taut with urgency. If we don't stabilize it, we'll lose power and then we're dead in the currents. Without hesitation, Mira plunged into the engine room, the heat and smoke scorching her skin even beneath layers of protective gear. Sparks danced like malevolent fireflies around her as she crawled over the twisted metal, her hands moving with practiced precision despite the chaos. Sweat mingled with soot on her brow, but her focus never wavered. "You don't have to do this," Eldrick shouted, appearing at the threshold, worry etched deeply in his features. "Yes, I do," she replied fiercely, eyes locked on the faltering machinery. "If the Harbinger goes down here, all of this," she gestured broadly, though her hands remained busy, "it's for nothing." Above deck, Captain Rourke rallied the crew, shouting orders that cut through the roar of the storm and the creaking of the ship. The sails strained, the rigging groaned, and every man and woman aboard fought against the relentless tempest that seemed to claw at their souls as much as their vessel. Below, tension simmered as Joss confronted Celine in the shadowed corridors. "Why won't you tell us what you know?" Joss demanded, voice low but edged with desperation. Selena's eyes flickered, reflecting the pale light of the lanterns. "Some truths are curses themselves," she whispered, "but I promise, the Helm's end is not as simple as you believe." Their whispered exchange was fraught with suspicion, threatening to fracture the fragile trust the crew had forged. Yet even as secrets simmered, the greater threat loomed unchecked. Back in the engine room, Myra's hands moved faster, her breath ragged but steady. The core's unstable energy pulsed violently, threatening to engulf her in deadly flames. A sudden spark ignited nearby, and she flinched, pain searing through her arm, but she pressed on. "Almost there," she muttered, her voice a blend of grit and hope. Suddenly, a violent shudder rocked the ship. The storm outside reached a crescendo, lightning striking perilously close. The Harbinger lurched again, and Myra was thrown against the twisted metal. Pain exploded across her side, but she forced herself up, every movement a battle against exhaustion and injury. "Captain," Eldrick's voice crackled urgently through the comms. "You need to get her out of there." Rourke's jaw clenched. "Not until she says the engines are stable." Minutes stretched like hours as Myra worked, each second a gamble against disaster. Finally, a faint hum of steady power returned. The engine core stabilized, emitting a low, steady pulse that sounded like a heartbeat steadying after a long struggle. "Engine stable," Myra gasped, collapsing against the wall, pain clouding her vision. "But I need help." Within moments, Eldrick and 2 other crew members were by her side, lifting her gently but firmly. As they moved her toward the infirmary, the weight of her sacrifice settled heavily on the ship. On deck, Rourke watched the storm begin to ebb, the furious winds giving way to a sullen calm. The crew, inspired by Myra's courage, redoubled their efforts, tending to the wounded, repairing torn sails, and steeling themselves for what lay ahead. The cost had been high. Myra's sacrifice was a stark reminder that their mission demanded. More than bravery, it demanded the ultimate price from those willing to pay it. Later, in the dim light of the infirmary, Myra lay pale but alive, surrounded by the concerned faces of her crewmates. Rourke stood nearby, his usual stoic mask cracked by a rare moment of vulnerability. "Thank you," he said quietly, his voice thick with emotion. "You saved us all." Mira managed a faint smile, her spirit unbroken despite the pain. "We're not done yet, Captain." Outside, the skies remained restless, the haunted sea whispering its eternal menace. But within the Harbinger, A new resolve had taken root, a resolve forged by sacrifice and tempered by hope. As the ship sailed onward, toward the Helm's resting place, each creak of the timbers and gust of wind bore the weight of lives given and promises made. The journey was far from over, and the shadows of the curse still loomed. Yet, through the darkness, the flicker of redemption burned brighter than ever, and Captain Rourke, once dishonored and broken, found in those sacrifices the strength to lead not just toward a destination, but toward a future where the ghosts of their past might finally be laid to rest. The storm had passed, but the true tempest was only beginning. The creaking of the Harbinger mingled with the whispered prayers of its crew as they prepared for what lay beyond the horizon. Sacrifices had been made, bonds had been tested. Now, with hearts steeled and spirits entwined, they faced the endless sky together. The mist hung thick and cold as the Harbinger hovered above the hidden inlet, its battered hull creaking softly against the gusting currents. Below, the waters churned silently, veiling the secret cavern that had eluded so many before them. Captain Rourke stood at the prow, his gaze fixed on the faint glimmer of blue light seeping through the dense fog. The journey had been long and perilous. Every mile weighted with the ominous presence of the ghost helm, but now the end was near. Steady, Joran, Rourke commanded, voice low but edged with steel. We don't know what waits below. The navigator's fingers tightened around the wheel, eyes darting nervously to the swirling currents that seemed to whisper warning. Aye, Captain, the currents here are fickle, but I've charted a course through the mist. We'll touch down gently. Alara stood nearby, her cloak pulled tight around her, eyes reflecting the eerie blue glow in the distance. She spoke softly, her voice carrying a weight that silenced the restless crew. The helm lies within. It is not mere legend, it is a relic of a power older than the skies themselves. The Harbinger descended through the swirling fog, the air growing colder, charged with a palpable energy that set every hair on end. As the ship settled on the cavern's edge, the crew disembarked cautiously, their boots echoing faintly against ancient stone. Before them, carved into the rock, were runes pulsating with a faint azure light, illuminating a pedestal at the cavern's heart. Upon the pedestal rested the ghost helm, its metal surface dark and twisted, veins of shimmering silver coursing like frozen lightning. The air around it hummed with a strange resonance, as if the helm breathed with a life of its own. Rourke stepped forward, the weight of his past mistakes pressing heavily on his shoulders. He reached out tentatively, but Elara's hand shot up to stop him. Wait, she warned. The curse is not just superstition. This helm was forged from the wrath of an ancient sky god, bound to doom any who carry it. To take it is to invite destruction. Joran and Milo joined them, their faces pale but resolute. Together, they began to study the runes, Elara tracing her fingers lightly over the stone inscriptions. These markings speak of a pact, she explained, a bargain struck between mortals and the heavens. The helm was created to command the skies, but at a terrible cost, it traps the souls of those who dare to wield it. Milo crouched near the pedestal, his engineer's mind racing. If we can dismantle the wards protecting it, perhaps we can break the curse. Rourke hesitated, a storm of doubt and hope raging within. Be careful, Milo. We don't know what powers guard this place. Ignoring the warning, Milo produced delicate tools and began to probe the ancient mechanisms entwined with the helm's pedestal. The air shifted suddenly, a chilling wail rising from the shadows. From the darkness emerged spectral guardians, their forms flickering like torn veils of fog, eyes glowing with otherworldly light. Defensive wards, Ilara whispered, drawing a dagger etched with glowing runes. They protect the Helm's resting place from desecration. Chaos erupted as the crew scrambled to defend themselves. Rourke drew his sword, the blade gleaming with determination as he parried a spectral strike. Milo ducked behind a pillar, working furiously to disable the wards, while Joran fired bolts from a crossbow, each shot disrupting the ethereal attackers. The cavern echoed with the clash of steel and ghostly cries. Sweat and fear mingled as the crew fought with every ounce of strength. Finally, with a sharp crack, the wards shattered and the spectral guardians dissolved into mist. Breathing heavily, the crew regrouped around the helm, the eerie glow now subdued but still present. "We've done it," Milo said, voice trembling. "But at what cost?" Ilara's gaze was somber. "The helm's curse remains. Destroying the wards freed it from its prison, but the power within is raw and dangerous." Rourke stepped forward, his mind racing with the weight of their next decision. To destroy the helm was to risk losing a power that could change the skies forever. To keep it was to invite doom upon themselves and countless others. He looked to his crew, their faces weary but steadfast, and felt the burden of command settle once more. "We stand at a crossroads," he said quietly. "The choice we make here will define not just our fates, but the future of the submerged world." The cavern seemed to hold its breath as the crew debated, the whispers of the curse swirling around them like the mist outside. Shadows danced on the walls, and the helm's cold gleam promised either salvation or ruin. Rourke's hand hovered over the relic, the echo of his past mistakes mingling with the hope for redemption. The decision was theirs to break the cycle of doom or wield the helm's terrible power. The air grew thick with anticipation, the silence broken only by the distant rumble of the haunted sea beyond the cavern's mouth. And as the crew made their choice, the fate of all who sailed the skies would be forever changed. But what that choice would be, only the winds knew, whispering secrets lost to time. The night had fallen heavy and thick over the skies. The submerged world cloaked beneath a restless blanket of clouds that writhed against the endless dark. On the deck of the Harbinger, Captain Rourke stood stiffly, the weight of the ghost helm before him on an altar fashioned from an ancient stone relic unearthed during their journey. The helm's surface shimmered faintly, as though alive, pulsating with an ominous light that seemed to draw the very breath from the air. Around him, the crew gathered in a tight circle, faces etched with a mixture of dread and determination. Ilara's hands were steady, though her eyes betrayed the turmoil within. Tamsin's calm gaze swept over the group, her voice barely above a whisper as she began to intone the ancient incantations that had been passed down through forgotten lore. "Hold fast," Rourke commanded softly, his voice cutting through the swirling winds that had begun to rise. "This is our only chance." The sky above twisted violently, the airborne currents thrashing as if in protest against the ritual. The helm responded, shadows crawling outward like living tendrils that snaked through the air, coiling round the ship's rigging and clawing at the crew's minds. Ghostly wails pierced the night, voices of the damned carried on the haunted sea's breath. Panic threatened to shatter their resolve, but Rourke's steady presence anchored them. Ilara stepped forward, her fingers tracing patterns over the ship's energy conduits, a symphony of crackling light bursting from the mechanisms she had toiled over for months. She channeled the arcane and the mechanical, bridging to worlds in a desperate bid to contain the curse's fury. The hum of the Harbinger's engines melded with the chant, a fragile harmony against the tempest. Joran, the navigator, fought his own demons, the curse probing his fears with relentless precision. His hands shook as he held the ancient charts, eyes darting to phantasmal figures emerging from the fog. Yet, he did not flee. Instead, he steadied his breath and lent his voice to the chant, weaving his will into the fragile spell. As the ritual reached its crescendo, the helm flared with blinding light, the shadows retreating only to gather once more in a maelstrom that threatened to consume them all. Rourke's vision blurred, and suddenly he was face to face with his past, the reckless decisions, the lives lost, the dishonor that had carved his path to this moment. The curse manifested these memories as living specters, demanding sacrifice or surrender. "I will not yield," Rourke growled, gripping the helm with iron resolve. "Not now, not ever." With a final surge of will, the curse shattered like glass, fragments of darkness dissolving into the night. The winds stilled, the haunted sea's whispers fading to a faint murmur. Exhausted but unbroken, the crew stood amidst the lingering echoes of their ordeal. Yet, as dawn's first light kissed the horizon, a subtle tremor rippled through the helm's shattered remains, eerie reminder that some curses are never truly broken, only held at bay. The Harbinger's journey was far from over, and the skies awaited their next chapter. "We've bought ourselves time," Rourke said, voice low but resolute. "But the curse still lingers. We must be ready." The crew exchanged weary glances, understanding that the true battle was only beginning. Together, bound by sacrifice and hope, they prepared to face whatever storms the endless sky would throw their way. And so, beneath the vast, brooding heavens, the Harbinger sailed onward, carrying its burden, its scars, and the fragile flame of redemption flickering in the heart of its captain. The dim chamber aboard the Harbinger pulsed with an otherworldly glow, the light emanating from the ancient symbols etched into the floor and walls. Captain Rourke stood at the center, his hands steady despite the tumult of emotions roiling beneath his calm exterior. Around him, the crew gathered, faces etched with exhaustion, fear, and fragile hope. The air was thick with the scent of burning incense, mingling with the salty tank of the sea that clung to every corner of the ship. "This is it," Rourke murmured, his voice low but resolute. "Whatever happens, we face it together." Ilara adjusted the delicate wires and conduits she had fashioned to channel the elemental energies required for the ritual. "The helm's curse has shadowed us for too long," she said, eyes locked on the glowing artifact cradled in the center of the chamber. "Tonight, we end it." Joran's fingers trembled as he traced the intricate lines of the navigation charts scattered nearby, their paths now seeming less certain, yet somehow more meaningful. "I pray we're not too late," he whispered. Mira, cloaked in her shifting garments, stepped forward, her gaze piercing through the dim light. "The spirits bound to the helm will not yield easily. We must be prepared for anything." Rourke nodded. "Then let us begin." The crew formed a circle, hands joined or resting on the ancient relic. As the ritual commenced, currents of energy swirled around them, invisible threads weaving between the living and the spectral. The Harbinger groaned beneath them, as if bearing the weight of centuries of curses and hopes. Suddenly, a piercing wail shattered the silence. Sirin, the youngest among them, collapsed, her body convulsing as the curse fought to cling to its last vessel. "No," Ilara cried, rushing to her side. But it was too late. Seren's light faded, her spirit released but leaving a void that echoed through the hearts of those left behind. Tears blurred Rourke's vision as he knelt beside the empty bunk, the rain tapping softly on the ship's hull like a mournful lullaby. "We carry her with us," he vowed, voice thick with grief. "Her sacrifice will not be in vain." Days passed in a haze of quiet mourning and cautious optimism. The cursed weight that had hung over the Harbinger lifted, and with it, a new dawn broke over the submerged world. The islands shimmered under golden sunlight, the skies calm and clear for the first time in what felt like an eternity. Alara and Jorin stood side by side at the prow, the wind tousling their hair as they shared a moment of reflection. "We've paid dearly," Alara said softly, "but maybe now there's a chance for something different." Jorin nodded, eyes on the distant horizon. "The journey isn't over, but we face it with hope and with each other." Captain Rourke's gaze swept across his weary but unbroken crew. The road ahead would be fraught with challenges, but the shadows of the past had been lifted, if only for now. The Harbinger sailed onward, carrying its crew toward uncertain futures, their scars a testament to the cost of redemption and the enduring power of hope. And as the submerged world breathed anew beneath the endless sky, a fragile peace settled, a promise that even amidst loss, new legends could rise from the ashes. The mist clung to the Harbinger like a shroud, a cold phosphorescent fog rising from the haunted sea beneath them. Ghostly lights flickered beneath the waves, casting an eerie glow that danced upon the weather-beaten hull. Captain Rourke stood at the prow, his eyes scanning the horizon where grey skies met the restless sea, rain mingling with the salt spray that whipped his face. The air was heavy with a lingering tension, unspoken dread that the ritual meant to break the ghost Helm's curse had instead stirred something far more dangerous. Below deck, the engine room hummed with strained effort. Mara's hands flew over the controls, sweat and grime mingling on her furrowed brow. Sparks erupted from faulty wiring, each flash illuminating the determined set of her jaw. Elias paced nearby, his pale fingers tightening around a compass as his voice cracked with frustration. "We can't keep this up much longer, Mara. The engines are failing, and the curse's grip is tightening. It's like the very air conspires against us." "Don't look at me like I'm the cause," Mara snapped, her voice sharp as the wrench she brandished. "I'm doing everything I can with what we've got. Maybe if you stopped second-guessing every move, we'd have a chance." Their argument echoed through the cramped space, a reflection of the fractures appearing among the crew. The curse's shadow loomed, seeping into their minds and sowing doubt as surely as it stirred the haunted sea around them. On deck, Celine stood apart, her hood drawn low against the chill. Her voice was a soft murmur, chanting words ancient and strange, weaving a fragile shield against the restless spirits awakened by the broken curse. The wind tugged at her robes, the storm's howl rising in answer. But she remained steadfast, a beacon of calm in the growing tempest. Rourke's gaze never left the horizon. Each creak of the rigging, each groan of the timber beneath his feet, reminded him of the precariousness of their survival. The crew looked to him not just as their captain, but as the fragile thread holding them together. His past failures haunted him, but so did the hope that this voyage might yet lead to redemption. Suddenly, the sea below roiled violently. Ghostly shapes surged beneath the surface, spectral tendrils reaching upward as if to snatch the ship from the sky. Lightning crackled, illuminating the swirling chaos. The Harbinger shuddered, sails billowing wildly as the storm closed in. "Brace for impact," Rourke commanded, voice steady despite the pounding of his heart. The crew scrambled, securing lines, readying for the assault of the haunted sea's wrath. Mara's hands flew over the controls, coaxing the engine to respond even as sparks danced perilously close. Elias shouted directions, his voice cutting through the howling wind, guiding the ship through treacherous currents. Selena's chant rose, harmonizing with the storm, a desperate plea to the spirits that danced on the edge of the mortal world. Hours passed in a blur of wind, rain, and spectral fury. Exhaustion weighed on every soul aboard, but the Harbinger held firm, inching steadily toward the distant glow of the floating islands that marked the way home. As dawn broke, the storm finally abated, leaving a fragile calm in its wake. The crew gathered on deck, faces pale but resolute. Rourke stepped forward, voice carrying over the quiet sea. "We've paid a heavy price to break this curse, but the journey isn't over. The haunted sea remembers, and so must we." Eyes turned to the horizon, where dark shapes loomed more than mere clouds or islands. Shadows moved with unnatural purpose, a reminder that the Ghost Helm's grip was not yet fully broken. The Harbinger sailed on, carrying its weary crew through the haunted sea, each moment a test of endurance and unity. The curse had awakened new dangers, but it had also forged a bond among those who dared to defy it. In the face of ghostly storms and creeping despair, Captain Rourke and his crew pressed forward, determined to reach home or fall trying. The haunted sea whispered its warnings, but the Harbinger answered with the roar of its engines and the steady beating of human hearts. The journey through the shadows was far from over, and the skies ahead promised challenges as vast and unyielding as the submerged world itself. As the sun climbed higher, a sudden movement caught Ilias's eye shapes emerging from the mist, circling like vultures drawn to the scent of curse and ruin. Rourke's hand tightened on the rail. "Prepare yourselves," he said grimly. "The true test begins now." And with that, the haunted sea closed in once more, eager to reclaim its due. The grand chamber of the Airborne Sailing Council was a cavernous room perched high above the floating city, its walls adorned with banners depicting skyships in majestic flight, their sails full against the endless blue. The air was thick with the murmurs of assembled dignitaries, captains, and officials, their faces etched with curiosity, skepticism, and anticipation. At the center of the room stood a polished pedestal upon which rested the Ghost Helm, its dark metal gleaming faintly despite the dim light. The cursed artifact seemed to pulse with an unspoken menace, drawing more than a few wary glances. Captain Rourke stepped forward, his boots echoing against the stone floor. His coat, though worn, carried the marks of countless battles and storms endured. His eyes, dark and unyielding, swept over the crowd with a mixture of defiance and resolve. This was the moment he had long dreaded and yet desperately craved, the reckoning with those who had cast him down. "Esteemed members of the council," Rourke began, his voice steady despite the pounding of his heart. "I stand before you not as the disgraced captain you condemned, but as the bearer of truths long buried beneath lies and fear. The Ghost Helm is no mere legend to be feared. In silence it is a curse that has claimed countless lives, and its history has been twisted to serve convenient ends." A sharp intake of breath rippled through the chamber. At the far end, Admiral Vance rose, his silver hair catching the light like a crown. His expression was one of cold calculation, eyes narrowing like a hawk assessing prey. "Captain Rourke," Vance's voice cut through the silence, "you presume much, bringing forth accusations without evidence. Your recklessness costs lives. Your disgrace is well earned. The Council has acted in the best interests of all airborne sailors." Rourke met his gaze unflinchingly. "The Council's best interests, or your own? The accident that stripped me of command was not the result of folly, but of a cover-up, one that hides the true nature of the Ghost Helm's curse and those who sought to exploit it." Murmurs grew louder, some voices rising in defense of the Admiral, others in shocked disbelief. Rourke motioned to Ira, who stepped forward, her presence commanding despite her quiet demeanor. "If I may," Ira said, her voice clear and resonant. "I have witnessed the Helm's power and the lengths some will go to control it. The evidence Rourke brings is no mere rumor, but a documented truth that challenges the council's narrative. A scroll was unfurled upon a side table, ancient texts, logs from lost ships, and testimonies painstakingly gathered during their voyage. The chamber fell into a stunned hush as the documents were examined. Navigator Talon and engineer Myra stood behind Rourke, their faces a mix of pride and anxiety, knowing this moment could either redeem or doom them all. Admiral Vance's composure cracked, a flicker of anger flashing across his features. "These are forgeries." "No," Rourke replied, stepping closer. "These are the voices of those silenced by fear and power. It is time the airborne sailing community faces the truth, not just about the Helm, but about the corruption that allowed this curse to fester unchecked." The assembly erupted into heated debate, alliances shifting as old wounds were reopened. Some captains voiced support for Rourke, recalling their own doubts about the Helm's legend. Others clung to loyalty to the council, wary of upheaval. As the meeting adjourned, Rourke found himself alone for a moment, the weight of years pressing down like the sky itself. Then Ira joined him, her voice soft yet resolute. "You have done what many feared. The path ahead is uncertain, but you have struck a blow for truth." He nodded, gazing out through the vast windows at the swirling airborne currents below. "This is only the beginning. The curse still haunts us, and my honor is far from restored. But today, I have reclaimed my voice." The crew gathered on the deck of the Harbinger afterwards, the sun dipping low and casting golden light over the weathered timbers. Navigator Talon adjusted the ship's course, engineer Mira inspected the rigging, and Ira stood silent, her cloak fluttering in the breeze. Rourke's mind raced with plans and possibilities, the reckoning having opened wounds, but also paths to healing. He knew the airborne sailing community would never be the same, and neither would he. Yet beneath the weight of uncertainty, a spark of hope kindled, a hope that the truth of the ghost Helm might finally be faced, and that redemption, however costly, was within reach. But as the shadows lengthened and the currents whispered secrets, Rourke couldn't shake the feeling that darker storms still awaited beyond the horizon. The reckoning was not an end, but a summons to the battles yet to come. The marketplaces of the floating islands had never been so alive. Lanterns swung gently in the evening breeze, casting dancing shadows across faces turned upward with rapt attention. In the heart of the bustling square, Talon, the island's revered storyteller, wove the tale of the Harbinger and the ghost Helm with a voice both grave and mesmerizing. Around him, the crowd hung on every word, their imaginations set aflame by the saga of the ill-fated Helm and the captain who dared to bear its burden. It was said, Talon intoned, that the Helm carried a curse darker than the endless sky, a doom that claimed every ship and soul that dared to ferry it. Yet one man, Captain Rourke, took up the charge, not for glory, but for redemption. Through storms conjured by the haunted sea, betrayals, and battles with sky pirates, he sailed onward, his resolve unbroken. Murmurs rippled through the crowd as children clutched their parents' hands, wide-eyed. Elders nodded solemnly, recalling their own whispered fears and hopes about the Helm's power. In this telling, Rourke was no longer the disgraced captain who'd lost his command. He was a beacon of resilience, a symbol of hope that even the darkest curses could be faced and, perhaps, overcome. Meanwhile, on a quiet deck far above the bustling streets, Captain Rourke stood at the prow of the newly christened skyship, the Phoenix's Flight. The dawn painted the sky in hues of rose and gold, the soft light catching on the polished wood and rigging. The wind tugged at his coat, a familiar companion, while his gaze stretched toward the horizon, vast, uncharted, and filled with promise. He breathed deeply, feeling the weight of his past lift, replaced by a steady flame of determination. Beside him, the crew moved with practiced ease, their faces marked by the trials they had survived and the bonds forged in adversity. Alara, the ship's engineer, emerged from below deck, her hands still bearing the marks of her diligent work. She exchanged a brief, knowing look with Sorin, the navigator whose past burdens had once threatened to steer them astray. Below deck, the hum of the ship's engines blended with soft laughter and shared stories. For a moment, the ghosts of the past seemed to recede, replaced by a fragile peace. Alara and Sorin sat close, their earlier tensions eased by the journey's end and the promise of new beginnings. The camaraderie that had once seemed impossible now flickered like a steady flame, a testament to the transformative power of shared hardship. But not all was settled. On the mist-cloaked docks, Myra, the enigmatic passenger whose cryptic motives had shadowed the voyage, prepared to depart. Her silver hair caught the pale morning light as she turned to face Rourke one last time. Her voice, barely above a whisper, carried a final warning. "The Helm's curse is not so easily laid to rest," she said, eyes glinting with an inscrutable depth. "The winds carry whispers still, and shadows stir where least expected." With that, she vanished into the swirling mists, leaving behind a chill that swept through the air like a ghost's breath. Rourke watched her go, a knot tightening in his chest, a reminder that the end of one journey only heralded the beginning of another. Back in the market square, Talon's voice rose to a crescendo, the tale reaching its climax. "And so," he declared, "the legend of the ghost Helm lives on, carried on the wings of the Harbinger. A story of courage, sacrifice, and the unyielding spirit of those who dare to sail the endless sky." The crowd erupted in applause, their hearts stirred by the saga's enduring power. As they dispersed into the night, the story took root, destined to grow and evolve with each telling, inspiring future generations to brave the skies and confront their own shadows. Yet, in the quiet corners of the islands, whispers persisted. The Helm's curse, though diminished, was not banished entirely. New mysteries awaited in the currents above, and Captain Rourke, now a legend, knew that his journey was far from over. The skies beckoned, vast and endless, and with them the promise of new adventures and new dangers beyond the horizon. As the Phoenix's flight soared upward, cutting through the morning mist, Rourke's resolve hardened. Whatever lay ahead, he would face it head-on. The past had shaped him, but it would not define him. The legend of the ghost Helm was his to carry a burden and a beacon into the endless sky. The morning sun spilled its golden light over the coast, casting long, warm shadows across the scattered timbers of the Harbinger. The once proud skyship, battered and scarred by countless battles and curses, lay in fragments, its broken frame a solemn reminder of the trials endured and the price paid. Captain Rourke stood among the wreckage, his gaze steady and resolute despite the memories tugging at his heart. Around him, the remaining crew moved with purpose, their hands steady as they sorted salvageable materials from ruin. It was a scene of both an ending and a beginning. "We can't let her go to waste," Mira said, wiping the grime from her hands as she inspected a bent steel beam. "There's enough here to build something new, something better." Joss nodded, his eyes sharp beneath furrowed brows. "The currents have changed. The skies are different now. We'll need a ship that can handle that, but also one that can carry us beyond the submerged world." Rourke felt a flicker of warmth at their words. After everything, the curse, the losses, the betrayals, here was a chance to start anew. Then we build it right. No shortcuts, no ghosts from the past weighing us down. This ship will be ours, and it will carry us to the horizons we've only dared to dream of. The crew gathered around a rough blueprint sketched on weathered parchment, their faces illuminated by the soft dawn light. Designs flowed from Myra's skilled hands, incorporating lessons learned from the Harbinger's flaws and the unpredictable nature of the airborne currents. Joss contributed navigational insights, plotting courses that reached beyond the familiar islands and into the unknown expanse, where legends whispered of untold wonders and dangers. Tobin, young and eager, helped ferry materials and offered a buoyant energy that lifted spirits. Even Eli's, ever the enigmatic presence, lent her knowledge of ancient lore and subtle magic, suggesting enchantments to shield the vessel from the lingering shadows of the curse. Days turned into weeks as the new ship took shape, a sleek craft with reinforced hull plating, intricate sails designed to catch the most elusive currents, and a helm fashioned to symbolize their resolve rather than doom. The work was grueling, and moments of doubt crept in, but the crew's shared purpose welded them tighter than any metal. One afternoon, as Myra and Joss bent over a complex engine assembly, their conversation drifted beyond mechanics. "I never thought I'd see the day we'd be building a ship again," Myra murmured, tightening a bolt with a practiced hand. Joss smiled faintly. "Neither did I, but maybe it's not just about the ship. Maybe it's about what we carry inside us: hope, trust, a chance to redeem what's been lost." Their exchange was interrupted by the distant call of Rourke, who stood at the emerging helm, his silhouette framed by the vast azure sky. "Come, see what we've built," he called. The crew assembled, eyes wide as the ship gleamed under the afternoon sun, a testament to their resilience and dreams. Rourke placed a hand on the polished wheel, feeling the solid wood beneath his fingers, a tangible anchor to the future. "We set our course here," he said quietly, "not just across the skies, but toward a new legacy, one that we write together." As twilight descended, the crew gathered around a crackling fire near the shore. The haunted sea, once a source of dread, was now a distant memory behind them. Stories were shared, laughter echoed, and for a time, the burdens of the past lifted like the gentle evening breeze. Stars shimmered overhead, vast and unending, mirroring the endless possibilities that awaited. Yet beneath the smiles, Rourke's mind raced. The curse of the ghost helm had not vanished entirely. Shadows lingered in the corners of their journey. But here, in the light of their new beginning, those shadows felt smaller, more manageable. He vowed silently to protect his crew, to face whatever storms lay ahead, and to chart a course toward hope, no matter the cost. The night deepened, and dreams took flight on the wings of the wind. Tomorrow, they would sail once more, not just away from the past, but into the endless sky of their future. The construction site buzzed with activity as the morning sun rose higher, casting sharp contrasts on the freshly hewn timbers and polished metal. Rourke moved among the workers, offering words of encouragement and steadying hands to those who faltered. Despite his stoic exterior, a quiet pride bloomed within him, feeling unfamiliar but welcome. Myra was at the engine room, directing the placement of a new kind of propulsor, designed to harness the more volatile currents recently discovered. Her face was streaked with sweat and soot, but her eyes shone bright with determination. Joss hovered nearby, mapping the complex pathways of the currents on his charts, his fingers tracing invisible lines that only he could see. "Captain," Myra called over the din, "these new stabilizers will give us an edge in the turbulent skies. If they work as I hope, we'll be able to navigate storms like the one that battered us before." Rourke nodded, the weight of responsibility settling comfortably on his shoulders. "Good, because we'll need every advantage to stay ahead of what's coming." The air was thick with the scent of sawdust, oil, and salt blend that had become their new normal. Around them, the workers hummed with purpose, their movements synchronized like the beating heart of the ship taking shape. In the quiet moments, Rourke found himself reflecting on the journey so far. The ghost Helm's curse had nearly broken them, but it had also forged an unyielding bond among the survivors. Each scar on the Harbinger's remains was a story of sacrifice, and now each new plank and rivet was a promise of life. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery glow upon the sea, the crew gathered to test the newly installed sails. The wind caught the fabric with a sudden rush, sending ripples that echoed like a call to adventure. "Feels like the sky itself is welcoming us back," Tobin said, eyes wide with excitement. Eli smiled enigmatically, her gaze drifting to the stars beginning to emerge overhead. "The winds remember those who respect them. We must honor that trust." Rourke stepped forward, placing his hand on the sail's edge. "Then let us set our course true and sail beyond the limits of the submerged world." The night was alive with possibility, and as the stars wheeled overhead, the new ship creaked and groaned, living vessel born of hope and resolve, ready to carry its crew toward horizons yet unseen. Days later, the shipyard was alive with the final touches. The crew worked tirelessly, their hands steady despite fatigue. Rourke oversaw the preparations, reviewing supplies and ensuring every detail was attended to. The ship had been named the New Dawn, a symbol of their rebirth and the promise of what was to come. Gathered in the captain's quarters, Rourke, Myra, Joss, Eli's, and Tobin laid out the route for their maiden voyage. The maps were dotted with uncharted territories, places whispered about in legends and feared by many. "We leave the safety of the known islands behind," Joss said, his voice steady but tinged with uncertainty. "But that's where the true adventure lies." Rourke looked round at his crew, each carrying the weight of past sorrows but also the fire of new purpose. "We sail not just to escape the past, but to create a future worthy of our scars. Whatever awaits beyond, we face it together." The room fell silent, the gravity of the moment settling over them. Then, one by one, they nodded commitments, unspoken but understood. On the dawn of their departure, the crew assembled on deck. The sky was a canvas of pale pinks and oranges, the currents gentle and welcoming. As the new dawn lifted from the docks, a cheer rose from the hearts of those aboard, a sound carried on the wind like a prayer. Rourke took the helm, feeling the steady pulse of the ship beneath him. The horizon stretched endlessly ahead, a promise unbroken. Behind them lay the haunted sea and the cursed helm, but before them, the boundless skies and the chance to reclaim honor, hope, and freedom. "Set the course," he ordered, voice firm and clear. The sails caught the wind, and with a powerful surge, the new dawn soared into the endless sky, carrying its crew toward the stories yet to be written. As twilight folded into night, the crew gathered around a fire on a quiet beach, the gentle sounds of waves mingling with their voices. Stories were shared, some light-hearted, others heavy with memory, but all woven with a renewed sense of camaraderie. Tobin recounted tales of youthful misadventures, drawing laughter from even the most solemn faces. Mira and Joss exchanged quiet glances, their earlier tensions softened by the warmth of shared purpose. Eli spoke softly of the stars and the winds, her words painting pictures of distant realms and destinies intertwined. Rourke listened, feeling the fragile threads of trust and friendship strengthen around him. The haunted sea was no longer a shadow looming over their voyage, but a distant echo, replaced by the steady pulse of hope and the thrill of the unknown. As the fire dwindled, Rourke's gaze lifted to the stars, his thoughts a mix of resolve and anticipation. The journey ahead was uncertain, the dangers unknown, but the crew was ready. Together, they would face whatever storms the skies dared to send. And as the night deepened, a whisper of wind carried a promise of new legends, new horizons, and the endless sky waiting to be explored. The course was set. The adventure was just beginning. The Harbinger cut a solitary silhouette against the sprawling canvas of the submerged world's sky, drifting through the aerial currents that had become both a lifeline and a labyrinth for its weary crew. Captain Rourke stood at the bow, the wind tugging at his coat and tousling his greying hair, his gaze stretching beyond the horizon where the last light of day bled into the coming night. The air was crisp, tinged with salt and the faint, almost imperceptible scent of ozona, reminder of the tempestuous skies that cradled their journey. A sudden chill swept across the deck, carrying with it a whisper so faint that Rourke hesitated before himself acknowledging it. The sound was like the rustle of leaves in a forgotten forest, elusive yet persistent, threading through the howl of the wind. He strained to catch the words, but the voices dissolved into the roar of the currents, leaving behind a gnawing unease. "Did you hear that?" Rourke asked, turning to Mira, who was nearby overseeing the ship's rigging. Mira's eyes narrowed. "Hear what, Captain?" Whispers on the wind. She frowned, her practical mind refusing to entertain superstition. The winds play tricks. Or perhaps it's the strain on the ship after all we've endured. Yet even as she spoke, a tremor ran through the Harbinger's hull, subtle but unmistakable. The engineer's face tightened. "I'll check the engine room," she said, voice low but resolute. Down below, the engine room hummed with mechanical life, brass gears and steam pipes forming an intricate orchestra of motion. Mira's hands, usually steady and sure, trembled slightly as she examined the machinery. The gauges flickered erratically, lights dimmed and brightened without cause, and a low, haunting hum seemed to emanate from the very heart of the engine. She exchanged a glance with a nearby crewman, whose pale face mirrored her growing concern. "It's as if the ship itself is unsettled," Mira muttered, wiping sweat from her brow despite the chill. Meanwhile, in the navigation room, Elias pored over the celestial charts spread across the table. The room was dim, lit only by a flickering oil lamp that cast dancing shadows against the walls. His fingers traced the familiar constellations, but the stars seemed to flicker and shift in the parchment as if alive. The currents outside the windows swirled unpredictably, defying the patterns he had come to rely on. A ghostly voice, barely audible, seemed to echo from the very maps themselves, murmuring warnings in a language just beyond comprehension. Elias recoiled, heart pounding. "This place, it's changing," he whispered. Above deck, Saren, the mysterious passenger whose presence had become an enigma wrapped in shadow, stood silently as dusk painted the sky in fiery reds and molten golds. Cloaked in shifting shadows, their eyes glowed faintly, reflecting the dying light. "The winds speak again," Saren murmured, voice like the rustling of leaves, barely above a whisper, echoes of what was and what might yet be. "The curse has not left you, Captain. It lingers, woven into the very breath of the skies." Rourke's jaw tightened, the weight of the Helm's legacy pressing heavier on his shoulders. "What do you mean?" Saren turned, the shadows around them flickering like living flames. "The ritual your sacrifice broke a chain, but the root remains. The curse is part of the currents now, a shadow cast long and deep. Beware what the winds carry, for they whisper of trials yet to come." The crew gathered on deck, the tension thickening the air like a gathering storm. Whispers and half-heard voices stirred old fears and new doubts. Rourke's eyes scanned the horizon once more, knowing that the journey was far from over. The curse of the ghost Helm was not a tale to be closed with a single chapter. It was a living shadow, a pulse in the heart of the skies. Night fell, and the harbinger sailed on, the echoes on the wind a constant reminder that the past was never truly gone, and the future was veiled in mystery and menace. The crew braced themselves for what lay ahead, bound together by the fragile hope that redemption was still within reach, even as the unseen currents whispered of darker destinies. And somewhere beyond the veil of stars and storms, the ghost Helm waited, its secrets far from fully revealed, its curse echoing still on the ever-shifting winds. The chill wind returned in the dead of night, carrying with it voices that seemed to seep into the very bones of the harbinger. Rourke lay awake on the deck, staring up at a sky strewn with stars that gleamed like distant eyes. The whispers grew louder, weaving through his dreams and waking thoughts alike. He rose and paced, the wooden planks creaking beneath his boots, heart heavy with the certainty that the voyage was entering a new, perilous phase. The echoes on the wind were a summons, a warning, and a promise of trials yet unseen. As dawn broke, the crew gathered silently, the weight of unspoken fears hanging over them. Rourke's voice, steady but resolute, cut through the morning haze. We face down storms and shadows, pirates and spirits. Whatever comes next, we face it together. But even as his words settled among them, the air shifted, the currents turning unpredictable once more. The curse was not done with the harbinger, not yet, and the endless sky waited, vast and unknowable, for what came next. The dawn crept slowly over the horizon, its first pale fingers slipping through the sky like tentative promises. On the creaking deck of the harbinger, Captain Rourke stood alone, his gaze fixed on the case that housed the ghost Helm. The artifact was silent now, its ominous presence contained but not diminished. The air was crisp, the usual hum of airborne currents subdued in the stillness of early morning. Rourke's hands rested lightly on the railing, his knuckles white from the strain of unspoken thoughts. The years of turmoil and loss weighed heavily upon him, yet beneath the burden stirred a quiet strength. He had been a man broken by disgrace, condemned to obscurity by his own recklessness. But this cursed journey had carved a new path, one lined with shadows, but illuminated by the flickering light of redemption. Below deck, the engine room buzzed with the steady rhythm of pistons and gears. Alara moved with practiced precision, her hands steady as she wiped grime from the machinery that kept the harbinger aloft. Yet her eyes betrayed 1,000 memories, moments when the curse's malevolent grip had tightened, threatening to shatter not just the ship but the fragile unity of their crew. Her loyalty had been tested, her skepticism challenged by forces beyond reason. Now, as the danger had ebbed, a tentative hope blossomed within her chest. She spoke little of it, but her resolve was as unwavering as the steel beneath her fingertips. In the navigation room, Naveen sat hunched over the sprawling charts. His fingers traced the jagged lines of their route to the treacherous currents. The haunted isles, the skies torn by storms conjured from nightmare. Every mark on the parchment was a reminder of failure and survival, of choices made in desperation and moments seized in courage. His pale face was etched with regret and a strange kind of hope, the knowledge that while the past could not be undone, the future might yet be shaped by the lessons learned. The Helm's curse had been a crucible, forging the edges of their souls into something new, something stronger. On the quarterdeck, Myra stood apart, her silver hair billowing in the gentle breeze. Her eyes, deep pools reflecting distant storms, gazed endlessly toward the horizon. She murmured an ancient incantation, words woven from a language long lost to most, but alive in the currents that carried them. A faint luminescence surrounded her, the echoes of the Helm's origin pulsing softly in the air. Myra's presence was a living bridge between past and present, a reminder that some mysteries lingered beyond mortal understanding. Her connection to the Helm was both a burden and a blessing, a thread linking fate and history. As the sun climbed higher, the crew gathered in the main cabin, the mood contemplative but unspoken bonds palpable. Stories were exchanged of fears faced, sacrifices made, and the strange kinship that had blossomed in adversity. Rourke listened as each voice added a layer to the tale, their personal transformations entwined with the legacy of the Ghost Helm. The artifact's curse was not merely a doom to be feared, but a catalyst for change, a force that had reshaped destinies and rewritten the course of the submerged world. In this moment of shared reflection, Rourke felt the full measure of his journey. No longer merely a disgraced captain, he had become a guardian of history and hope, tasked with preserving the truth and warning of the Helm's power. The voyage was over, but the submerged islands would whisper of the Harbinger's passage, of the cursed Helm that carried ruin and redemption in equal measure. And as the skies stretched endlessly before them, the crew prepared to set a new course, one that honored the past but looked bravely toward the future. The Ghost Helm's legacy was theirs to carry, a burden and a beacon in equal parts. The air thrummed with possibility, the promise of new horizons waiting just beyond the endless sky. But even as hope stirred, subtle currents shifted in the unseen depths, carrying whispers of challenges yet to come. The curse might have been quelled, but its shadow lingered, a reminder that some legends never truly end. The Harbinger sailed on, its crew forever changed. Their scars a testament to the trials endured and the bonds forged under the haunted sky. The dawn crept gently over the horizon, painting the skies with hues of amber and rose as the Harbinger sliced through the mist-laden currents of the submerged world. Captain Rourke stood at the helm, the weight of countless trials etched into the lines of his weathered face. But beneath them a new light glimmered, one of acceptance and resolve. The cursed Ghost Helm had tested them all, unraveling fears and forging bonds anew. And now, as the ship sailed on, a calm certainty settled within him. Below deck, the hum of the ship's engines mingled with the soft murmur of voices. The crew gathered in the main cabin, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of oil lamps. Maris leaned over the scarred wooden table, tracing the path they had traveled and the routes yet to conquer. Her usual tension was softened, replaced by a quiet hope that steadied her hands. Lena, ever pragmatic, exchanged a wry smile with Yuen, whose enigmatic presence had shifted from a source of suspicion to a subtle anchor of calm. "Never thought we'd make it this far," Lena admitted, wiping grime from her hands. "But here we are, against all odds." Rourke nodded, feeling the weight of leadership settle comfortably on his shoulders. This crew has faced storms, betrayal, and shadows most would flee from. We're not just survivors, we're a crew reborn. Aaron's gaze lingered on the worn helm placed carefully in the captain's quarters, a reminder of the journey's cost and the unknown future. "The winds carry more than just air," they murmured. "They carry stories, legacies, and ours is far from over." Outside, the Harbinger hovered gracefully between islands that rose like emerald spires from the submerged depths. The aerial currents whispered secrets, shifting and swirling in patterns that only those attuned could read. Maris's fingers danced over the maps, plotting courses with renewed precision, while the ship's timbers creaked in harmony with the wind's song. Rourke's thoughts drifted to the faces of those lost and those who remained. Each scar, each victory, had carved a new path forward. The ghost Helm's shadow lingered still, but it no longer held dominion over them. Instead, it served as a reminder of the price of recklessness, the power of redemption, and the unyielding strength of a crew united. As the sun climbed higher, casting shafts of light that pierced the lingering fog, Rourke's voice rose above the deck's steady rhythm. Set a course for the outer isles. There's more to see, more to protect. We sail not just to survive, but to chart a new legend. A cheer rose, tentative but growing, carrying hope across the skies. The harbinger surged forward, wings spread wide against the currents, ready to embrace whatever awaited beyond the horizon. And in that moment, Captain Rourke knew whatever storms or shadows lay ahead. He and his crew would face them together, bound by trials endured and a future forged in shared resolve. The endless sky beckoned, vast and mysterious, but for the first time in a long while, it was not a realm of fear, it was a canvas for new beginnings. The adventure was far from over. It was only just beginning. The skies above the submerged world stretched wide and tranquil as the harbinger sailed steadily onward. The gentle hum of the engines mingling with the soft rush of the airborne currents. Golden sunlight filtered through scattered clouds, casting a warm glow over the deck where Captain Rourke stood, eyes scanning the horizon with a mixture of relief and unease. Though the journey with the ghost Helm had passed its most harrowing trials, a restless tension lingered in the air, one that none aboard could quite place. Myra, the ship's keen-eyed navigator, moved with purpose across the deck, her gaze fixed on the shifting patterns of the currents. The air about her was thick with the scent of salt and ozone, a reminder of the vast submerged expanse beneath them. She paused, fingers tightening on the polished brass wheel that controlled the ship's orientation, as her sharp eyes caught subtle aberrations in the wind's flow. "Captain," she called out, voice low but urgent, "the currents are changing. Not natural shifts, but something else, something deliberate." Rourke turned, the weight of command settling more heavily on his shoulders than the weathered coat he wore. "Show me," he said, stepping closer to Myra as she pointed toward a distant bank of clouds, darkening unexpectedly. The air crackled faintly, a prelude to the storm gathering far off, but the anomaly was more than meteorological. It was as if the very sky itself whispered of a coming tempest, one born not of nature but of darker, unseen forces. Below deck, Eliane, the engineer, was bent over her workbench, fingers deftly tightening a bolt on the ship's engine. The rhythmic clinks of her tools punctuated the quiet murmur of the crew preparing for what lay ahead. She had been skeptical of the ghost Helm's curse from the start, but even she could not deny the growing unease that wove through the harbinger's corridors. Her eyes flicked toward the small communication console where a signal had just come through, a coded message, strange and fragmented. Rourke entered the cramped quarters, the stale scent of oil and metal greeting him. Mira was already there, poring over the message's cryptic symbols. "It's a warning," Myra said grimly. "From the outer isles. Something is gathering beyond the submerged world. A force unlike any we've faced." The captain's jaw tightened. "We've faced curses, pirates, storms conjured by the haunted sea," he mused. "But this is something different. Something that could unravel all we've fought for." Cale, the enigmatic passenger whose motives remained shrouded in mystery, appeared silently in the doorway, his dark eyes reflecting the flickering lamplight. "The currents speak more than winds," he murmured cryptically. "They carry omens." The gathering storm is not just weather, it is a reckoning. The crew assembled on deck as twilight deepened, the sky painted with streaks of crimson and violet. The first low rumbles of thunder echoed distantly, a warning rolling across the air. Above, the clouds thickened, swirling into ominous shapes that seemed to pulse with latent energy. The Harbinger creaked under the strain of the shifting winds, her sails taut as the crew braced themselves. Rourke's gaze swept over his companions, Myra, her eyes sharp and focused, Ilian poised to keep the engines running against the storm's fury, Kale, a shadow among them yet integral to their survival. "Whatever comes," he declared, voice steady despite the storm's approach, "we face it together. The past has taught us the cost of fear and division. Now is the time for unity and resolve." As the first tendrils of the storm unfurled across the sky, a sudden flash lit the horizon, not lightning, but a signal in the darkening clouds, momentary yet unmistakable. It was a call, a summons, a herald of the trials yet to come. With the haunted sea far behind and the submerged world's mysteries still unfolding, the Harbinger sailed into the gathering storm, carrying its crew toward an uncertain destiny. The air thrummed with electricity and promise, and though the shadows lengthened, so too did the bonds forged in fire and sacrifice. The skies whispered of battle, of secrets yet unveiled, and of a storm not just of wind and cloud, but of fate itself, a gathering tempest that would test the mettle of Captain Rourke and his crew as never before. And as the winds howled their ancient song, the question lingered in every heart aboard the Harbinger. What storm truly awaited beyond the horizon, and would they survive its fury? The gathering storm was no longer a distant threat. It was here, and the voyage was far from over. The courtroom was suffocating, the heavy air thick with accusation and disappointment. Captain Rourke stood before the panel, his usually unshakable demeanor fractured beneath the weight of their judgment. Around him, whispers spread like wildfire. Cousins turned away, former comrades averted their eyes. The chamber's wooden walls seemed to close in. The faces around him were a mixture of cold condemnation and sorrow. The verdict was clear. He was stripped of his captaincy, his name smeared across every port from the floating docks of Lyrian to the cloud-swept isles of Valtara. It had been a reckless maneuver, a desperate gamble against the volatile aerial currents that braided between the submerged islands. The Seabreaker had been his pride, a skyship as much a part of him as the air he breathed. But on that fateful day, the winds betrayed him. The ship was caught in a sudden tempest conjured by the haunted sea below, its roiling depths whispering curses that seemed to seep into the very sky. The timbers groaned, sails shredded, and crew members screamed as the Seabreaker spiraled toward disaster. The accident claimed lives, shattered dreams, and left Rourke with nothing but the bitter taste of failure. Days later, shunned and adrift in a city that once hailed him as hero, Rourke found solace in the shadows of a damp tavern. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows over the worn map spread before him, tracing the very currents that had doomed his ship. Memories clawed at his mind, the faces of lost friends, the roaring winds, the crash that echoed in his bones. His scarred hand trembled as he reached for a glass of bitter ale, the warmth doing little to dull the ache of disgrace. A soft knock interrupted his solitude. The tavern's door creaked open to reveal a figure cloaked in darkness, face hidden beneath a hood. The stranger approached with measured steps, voice smooth yet laced with an undeniable authority. "Captain Rourke," the figure said, "I have a proposition that might restore your honor and change your fate." Intrigued despite himself, Rourke listened as the benefactor spoke of the ghost Helm, a legendary artifact shrouded in myth and fear. The Helm was said to curse any ship that bore it, dooming its crew to ruin. Yet here lay an opportunity: deliver the Helm to a distant island, far beyond the reach of prying eyes and whispered fears, and redeem himself in the eyes of the airborne sailing community. The offer felt like a knife edged with both hope and peril. To accept was to embrace a fate as uncertain as the currents themselves. After a long night wrestling with doubt and desperation, Rourke stood, the weight of his past and the promise of redemption colliding within him. "I'll do it," he said, voice steady but tinged with the ghosts of his failures. "I'll deliver the ghost Helm." Thus began a journey not just through the treacherous skies, but through the very depths of Rourke's soul, where honor, guilt, and hope intertwined in the dance of the haunted sea and the airborne currents. As dawn broke over the submerged world, the disgraced captain set forth, the ghost Helm aboard his shoulders and the fate of the seabreaker riding on his resolve. But the skies were unforgiving, and the curse was patient. The path ahead promised storms both without and within, and the shadows of the past stirred with the whisper of wings. The floating docks of Lyrian were alive with the clamor of preparations. Rourke's fingers brushed over the weathered wood of the Harbinger, a skyship that bore the scars of many voyages, yet still held the promise of flight. Its sails hung slack in the still air, waiting to catch the currents that would carry them into the unknown. Around him, the crew moved with tentative purpose, eyes wary of their new captain, some haunted by their own ghosts. Among them stood Harlan, once Rourke's trusted first mate, now an emblem of the gulf that the accident had carved between past and present. His gaze was hard but flickered with a reluctant flicker of loyalty. Beside him, others an engineer with sharp eyes and sharper tongue, a navigator whose hands trembled slightly, a mysterious passenger whose silence spoke volumes. Each brought their own shadows to the voyage. Rourke inhaled deeply, the salt-tinged air filling his lungs, and glanced skyward. The currents above twisted and churned like living creatures, unpredictable and alive. Somewhere beyond the clouds, the ghost Helm waited, its curse lurking like a storm on the horizon. He tightened his grip on the rail, a silent vow forming in his heart. Redemption was a path strewn with peril, but it was the only course left to him. The Harbinger shuddered as the first gust caught its sails, lifting it gently from the dock. The journey had begun. As the ship climbed through the layers of mist and cloud, the submerged world spread out below a labyrinth of islands, sunken ruins, and endless waters that held secrets older than memory. The haunted sea whispered beneath them, and Rourke knew that the greatest storms were yet to come. The course was set. The Helm was theirs to bear, and the skies awaited their fate.